sounds.
Because I can.
But why?
Well, chat, you'll find out why. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
I'm very sick.
Yeah, so welcome to another live stream. It's been a while, and fortunately, at least I believe this will be the last for a while in a long while. And if that made sense, then congratulations, you can understand Natism. If you can't, I don't blame you, because that wasn't English at all. So allow me to explain. I'm finally going to be done with all of my other side jobs. My ski resort, coaching ice hockey and stuff like that, which means in time for severe weather season, fashionably late as always, will be yours truly. So why not start it with this event right here, which is going to be very interesting. And this is mainly going to be for portions of the Midwest into the Ohio River Valley. So I want everyone to make sure, first and foremost, the expectations of what you can see going on forward from live streams that at least feature yours truly. And then we'll talk about the tornado warning. First off, this is going to sound very terrible, but if you think about it for a second, it's going to make a lot of sense. The purpose of this channel is to inspire people to have a love for meteorology. The side priority, which is basically more of, well, while we are doing this, is to help try and impact people's lives by who all is, being, right next to these storms. So when I talk about this stuff, I want to try and make it so that you guys at least enjoy weather and meteorology almost as much as me. All right. Some people may not be able to. Some people may be more enthusiastic about weather than I am. But in order for me to accomplish my goal on this channel and to have that, this channel, it's not going to change all too much, but the style of how Morgan and I, and of course other people that will actually be involved in this channel and talking live, it's going to change slightly. This is going to be more based off of a commentary and a play-by-play. If you think of how sportscasters do their commentary on sports, with like soccer, football, or baseball, ice hockey, and stuff like that. That's what Morgan and I are going to be doing, but for meteorology, for weather. And when we talk, we're going to be basically, I don't want to say narrating, but we're narrating what is happening, but we're also going to be having conversation, like an actual in-person conversation while we are having it. We're basically talking about weather as we are live and fully kind of dissecting what these storms are doing from a storm scale environment based off of what we see on radar, as well as the overall natural environment based off of what we see from models, mesoscale analysis, real-time analysis, and stuff like that. So that's where we're going to be heading towards. And yeah, go for it.
What it's basically turning into, at least my perspective of it, we're still going to be informing people as this comes about. We're going to be looking at a bunch of storms as they go on. Of course, we're going to be looking at the stronger ones always. And it's not that we're going to not be informing people anymore, but it's going to be slightly more informal, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
We're going to be a little bit more conversational. We're going to be a little bit less... We're going to dissect storms more so than just kind of analyzing their appearance on radar. We're going to dissect why they look the way on radar a little bit more than we used to in the past.
Correct. And as we are talking about this, there's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
Excellent.
East Central Mercer
that's from
County
your
in
alpha.
northwestern Illinois, southwestern Henry County in northwestern Illinois.
So that is a new tornado warning there. But yeah, I mean, it's exactly what Morgan was saying. We're going to be talking more into the ins and outs about it. And sure, we're going to, try to answer chat questions and stuff like that. And we're going to try and tell people ahead of time out in front of these storms that maybe they will need to watch out. But this is going to balance more towards the us being nerds and talking about just the stuff that we usually do. We want to actually try and, expand on what exactly we are thinking. And sure, that can be a little bit more, I guess, daunting, because a lot of people may be like, well, what the heck are they talking about? But I would like to say that we can at least give a decent shot at explaining these in layman's terms, and having you all at least kind of be with us in a sense. You guys are kind of talking about this with us, real-time forecasting this with us, being able to be involved with us while we go over these storms and stuff like that. And that's kind of the general idea as to where we want to take this channel going on forward. So we're going to try it out tonight, and hopefully it works out. Hopefully everyone kind of enjoys where we are going with it. And without further ado, let us get into the real-time analysis before we get into the future and the actual forecasts that the Storm Prediction Center made. And the reason being is because we have 2 tornado warnings active as of this moment. One is currently for eastern Henry County. This is along Interstate 80 heading in towards the Atkinson and the Anawan areas here in Illinois. So if you guys are over here near I-80, you guys are definitely going to need to watch out. We have a very well-pronounced supercell here. As soon as I pull up my Epic Pen, I'll be able to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about here. And as I say this, my computer starts to lag just a little teeny bit. So hopefully it'll fix. Oh, that's pretty cool. Hey, Morgan. The update that GR2 that I forgot to give you, I can hover my mouse over the warning box and it tells me exactly what it's about. Oh, that's pretty cool. It says 27 minutes remaining. Tornado warning ends at 15Z. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over... Oh my... This is pretty cool. Moving east at 28 knots. Max hail size is... golf ball. This is cool.
Oh, you didn't know that happens? Where have you been?
No, I've been out and away for a while. I've been trying to make money and stuff like that.
That's true. Chat, I made an observation earlier to quite my surprise. The last time Nate has DM'd me on Discord, and not the other way around, was January 15.
We've talked on voice chat. We just haven't
Oh, yeah.
DM'd. We text on our phones. Stuff like that. So this is what we're looking at here specifically. Obviously, we have a pretty well-pronounced hook echo right here. Inflow would be streaming right into this area of low reflectivity, which just so happens to be the gray and blue colors. So, meaning that this would be relatively clear, but also very muggy in this spot. You can also see the rain wrapping around in the rear flank downdraft on the hook side of the storm. You can see it really kind of does look like a fish hook almost. And so right about here at the tip of this hook is where the tornadic rotation would be. You can see here on the velocities, and I'm actually going to take a storm relative velocity here, so that way it's a little bit easier for everyone to see, and that is indeed a bit better. We're probably going to actually have to go a couple tilts higher, so that way you guys can actually see the reason why they warned this. But we have greens moving towards the radar, we have reds moving away. Right in the middle, right about here, is where the tornadic rotation is located. And of course, if this thing starts to tighten up a little bit more, this would be more of a tornado vortex signature. That is not the case as of this moment. And I did promise you guys we'd go a little bit higher. You can see there is the mesocyclone, and it is still relatively evident even as we get up approaching 10,000 feet, and that's pretty good for storms like this, especially on a day like today. We're talking a really gnarly environment for these thunderstorms to try and be tornadic. So this is definitely a storm that, of course, areas near Anawan and Atkinson here in Illinois need to watch out. Once again, this is Henry County, Illinois. This is near Interstate 80. This is southeast of Davenport, and this will eventually be moving off towards the Sheffield area and the Mineral area. So if you're over in those areas, you guys will definitely need to watch out. But once again, tornado warning for Henry County that will expire at 6:15 Central Standard Time. If we go further to the south and west, we also have another tornado warning here. This is for Mercer and Henry counties. That'll be in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Storm capable of producing a tornado is located near New Windsor, or 14 miles southwest of Cambridge, moving east at 30 miles per hour. This could also include hail up to the size of, I believe this is ping pong ball, and it is. This is also located near the Alpha area. So there's Windsor right about here. There is Alpha right here. And the general gist of this storm is, if we go back to the reflectivity, this thing has a weird looking hook. A very weird looking hook. You can see the rain wrapping around, and then it kind of just fizzes off right here at the tip of the hook. This is really interesting because on one hand, you can indeed see the outflow boundary right here. The outflow boundary, it's pretty evident as to where the aforementioned mini cold front of the thunderstorm is. The problem is that when you have a hook and a little bit of a circulation right at the tip of that hook, it usually includes some form of either occluded front, or it actually just kind of is the mix of the warm front and the cold front, and it's just right in the small little area. The problem is that we can't exactly find that. It's very hard to do so, and the circle that I have put on the screen is kind of my best guess as to where it would be based off of that radar presentation. Otherwise, if you look at velocities, it's a bit of a mess. It's pretty elongated, it's pretty broad. You got greens moving towards, you got reds moving away, and it's just, it really is a mess. If you try to go higher up in the storm, you can see there is a little bit of rotation, but it's not too much. It's not really anything super, super strong, not as strong as the one that's over in Atkinson. So granted, this thing does have tornadic rotation. If you were to ask me which one has the better chance at producing a tornado, it would definitely be the one that is in the eastern portions of Henry County, approaching the Anawan areas. I also want to mention here that this stuff over here in northern Illinois, this whole mess, all right, you see this whole mess here that is south of Rochelle, over into portions of Lee County, DeKalb County, and Kane County. This is all hail. This is all elevated stuff on the warm front. And basically what a warm front entails, and this is a common misconception for most people, is a warm front is where there is stale cold air present in the lower portions of the atmosphere. And people might be wondering, well, wait a second. Doesn't a warm front signify as to where warm air is rising? Doesn't that pull up the warm air? And originally, that was my thought too. But I was wrong. And yes, I can admit that I was wrong. That is very surprising on this channel, isn't it? No. A warm front actually indicates where stale cold air is, and then above it, in the upper portions, well, not really the upper portions, but we're talking about a good 1,000 feet above the surface. That is where some of the warm air could actually be located. And so because of that, it's actually pretty elevated. Storms can't actually translate down towards the surface and be able to be surface-based. So that's the reason why all the storms that are in the warm front, for the most part, or at least further north of the warm front, are actually a bit more elevated. But there is a new tornado warning on the southern portion of the warm front, which is where some of the exceptions would be. And listening as to where the county is.
Tornado warning for northwestern La Salle County in north central Illinois, eastern Lee County in north central Illinois.
And the big reason why I think they issued this tornado warning is because there's actually this there's actually two mesocyclones, regardless if they are elevated or not, inside this warm front here. And so let's put on our thinking caps real quickly, all right? Because this is gonna be pretty weird how I'm gonna explain it. And as I said, this is more of kind of like a commentary channel. So you know, first things first, I want everyone to realize that anyone in this tornado warning here in Lee County, Illinois, they need to get into their safe space. We're talking Sublette, we're talking Scarborough, we're talking Stewart, Compton, and Paw Paw. But the reason why they issued this tornado warning is because there's actually two areas of rotation, regardless if they are above the surface or if they are near the surface. One right here near Highway 30, and then another one that is developing just to the north and east of Sublette. And what will happen is these two will actually rotate around each other, and the one that is further southeast or south will actually be able to try and have the greatest potential for producing a tornado. So their thinking is, and this is at least how I'm interpreting this, is, man, maybe this thing could potentially try. Maybe this thing could potentially try to spin up, because based off of historical events, especially ones that are more recent, when storms do spin, or two separate mesocyclones spin around each other, the southern one, because it starts to get more and more vorticity due to the conservation of angular momentum, which I'll explain that in a bit, that one actually is able to produce a tornado, and sometimes even be one of the more, a little bit more stronger than just a run-of-the-mill, you know, quick spin-up. So,
Nate, weather spotters have confirmed a tornado near Anawan on I-80.
So that makes sense. That one is the one that we thought probably would have the highest chance of producing a tornado, and that is indeed the case there. You can see that actually is a very good presentation on reflectivity. I'll tell you what. And that's actually a very good presentation on velocities, too. That's not even too surprising either. That is a very classic presentation of that storm. But I'll go back to the conservation of angular momentum here real quickly. If you guys have seen a figure skater skate, and when they spin around, note that when they bring their hands and their feet closer together, they become all skinny and stuff like that. They spin a lot quicker than when they have their arms out and their legs out. So the same thing applies. What actually happens is when it starts to curl around that southern side, and when you actually have a storm kind of getting slingshot, when it spins and it starts to get faster and faster, it starts to get tighter and tighter. It starts to bring everything closer and closer to each other, and therefore starts to intensify the rotation. So that's the reason why they believe that that storm over there near Sublette could potentially do something, because it currently is undergoing a bit of a Fujiwara effect, which can actually then, of course, become a lot more tornadic. So that's the reason why that tornado warning over there is in effect for portions of southeastern Lee County, as well as northern LaSalle counties. Be mindful over there. Once again, if you're near Sublette, Compton, Paw Paw, and Scarborough in Illinois, there could potentially be a tornado. As for Atkinson and Anawan, what have we said? This thing probably has the best chance of producing a tornado. As of right now, this thing has now been confirmed. It says a confirmed tornado was located near Atkinson, or 10 miles northwest of Kewanee, moving east at 30 miles per hour. This also has golf ball size tail associated with it. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas near Anawan, near Atkinson, and then eventually further to the east near Mineral, Sheffield, as well as Manlius, you guys need to be very mindful of this tornadic thunderstorm. So please be sure, if you haven't already, you need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. The storm that is over here in southern Henry County, I'm going to be honest with you, this one has started to deteriorate quite rapidly. So don't be surprised if that thing kind of just goes off on its own way. I'm not saying this thing is completely done. We could see a transition once again to a recycling phase, or it could grow upscale. But as of right now, the southernmost tornado warning over here in southern Henry County is not much to look at. So if I do see something different, I'll be sure to let you know. But the main concern here is this one over here in eastern portions of Henry County, starting to move over into portions of Bureau County. Atkinson, Anawan, once again, that is a tornado vortex signature. That is a tornado vortex signature more than likely. Of course, there's been reports of funnels, and obviously the tornado that has been reported by the National Weather Service. So a big thing here that everyone needs to understand is that tornadoes, they do damage, all right? They definitely are a game changer, an impactor in regards to the meteorological activity. So if you are in the path of these storms, you need to be able to get into some form of sturdy structure. You need to get in the lowest innermost part of your building, stay away from windows, and do not be in a mobile home. If you are in a mobile home, I'll tell you right now, I've seen 40-mile-an-hour winds blow over mobile homes. That doesn't sound very safe to me. So if you can, assume what a tornado will do to a mobile home, that doesn't sound great. So Anawan, you need to be able to get in your safe space. If you're north of Anawan on State Highway 78, you need to be able to take your proper precautions as well. Look at that CDR arc there, Morgan. I'll tell you what, this thing is definitely
doing well
churning.
For itself, 100%.
And it's definitely ventilating very well, too. I'm actually kind of curious, and I probably will look here in a second what the bulk shear will actually be looking like. Because earlier today, it was not very good over this area. And when I mean this area, I mean this particular part, this particular section of storms if they were moved further to the west. So this is, we're talking immature phases of these thunderstorms. They weren't looking great, and now since we're starting to progress further into the night, of course, that might have changed. But regardless, very strong ZDR presentation. We're talking a very strong tornado vortex signature now. Wow, look at that. Wow. Spectrum width, which indicates, turbulence. Sorry if I'm stuttering all over the place. My brain's thinking more than my mouth. That's a spectrum width spike right there. That's a lot of turbulence, and tornadoes do indeed create turbulence, as everyone can probably assume. If you've seen a video of a tornado, yeah, that checks out, right?
Talking about Anawan, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Anawan. Yeah, we are definitely talking about a tornado that is likely in progress heading over towards the Anawan area. So please be sure you guys watch out for that. Let's go back to the storm that's over near Sublette and eventually Compton. The Chicago radar is the closest one. Wow, there's all sorts of rotations along this, but good news is this is along the warm front, so this is kind of either elevated or it's barely elevated. And actually, it might be a good idea for us to start to check. Let us
give it a look.
Yeah, let us go take a look. We want 100 millibar mixed layer. Yeah, that is right on the border of it being elevated. New tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for East Central Henry County in northwestern Illinois, northwestern Bureau County in north central Illinois.
Wow, that 3 Cape and Vort is actually pretty gnarly over there where the 2 tornado warnings are, the westernmost ones. I want to take a look actually at the moisture convergence, the surface moisture convergence. On that warm front, it's still kicking stuff. It's still trying. It looks like the mixing ratio is starting to increase too, which means dew points and temperatures, the humidity is starting to go up with the dew points and temperatures. So we'll see, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that works. Deep moist convergence. Oh yeah, this is definitely, wow. So that is definitely some signs of some clustering with the warm front. But then once you start to get towards the southwestern portions of the warm front, there's not as much clustering that could be possible. That actually looks very, very interesting, particularly with the storm near Anawan. So what this basically tells us is the more red contours you have, the higher the likelihood of there being some form of convergence and clustering. And usually that's a good indication that you'll have more storms, but they'll all be concentrated, so it'll be more of a messy mode. Whereas the further or the less and less you have with it, obviously you won't have as much activity with that. And man, oh man, that velocity couplet, that tornado vortex signature looks very, very interesting now. This is definitely a heck of a tornado now. It's definitely still going. It's crossing the interstate. It's crossing I-80 as it gets closer to Anawan. Man, oh man.
Does it not look like to you that it's about to occlude into its hail core, though?
It's definitely possible. It looks like it's moving off towards the northeast, which means it might be being picked off by the what layer of wind shear would that be? Would that be bulk shear? I forgot I was supposed to check. That's a good question.
3 kilometer maybe?
Bulk shear. Wow, that's a lot of diffluence right over that spot. Surface to 3 kilometer. Yeah, surface to 3 kilometer. Yeah, that's good call on your
3
end.
kilometer.
Yeah,
Yep.
so 3 kilometer. So it's being picked up by the 3 kilometer winds, which is about the 850. So what is the 850 millibar jet looking like right now? And obviously it's supposed to intensify later. But, ugh.
Blah
that's-
is what it's looking like.
It's pretty ugly. Not gonna lie. But
Yeah,
that
chat,
is,
forgive me coughing and wheezing throughout. I'm not having a good time.
but that is where the strongest divergence would be. That is where the strongest divergence would be, at least from the 300 millibar wind shear perspective. And of course, chat, whenever I talk about divergence, you need a lot of strong divergence aloft in order for you to get storms that would likely sustain. So whenever I say stuff like that, it means that there's a good environment for supercells in general. Of course, there's a couple things more that are involved when we're talking about stuff like tornadoes, stuff like hail, and all stuff like that. But when I talk about divergence aloft is a big help in regards to ventilation, as well as another way for parcels to rise in the atmosphere. What I mean by parcels, I mean little blobs of air. If you can imagine, if you were to cup your hand, everything in that hand, in between your hands, I should say, all the air in there, that's a parcel of air, okay? If you were to take that air and bag it and send it into the jet stream somewhere, as that floats through the air, the parcel of air starts to get moved places, all right? Depending upon if it's the wind shear pushing it around, east and west, north and south, or if it's being pushed up and down. And so what basically is happening here when it talks, when I talk about divergence and convergence, is it is very healthy for a storm to have a lot of divergence aloft, because divergence pushes parcels of air away from wherever it started, okay? But the problem is if you push air away, you need air to fill that gap again, all right? Air's got to come from somewhere. So where does it come from if it's being pushed away in all sorts of different directions? Either above it, that level, or below it. And in this case, if you have a lot of divergence aloft, at the top, you got to have convergence at the bottom. That convergence, that air towards the surface, is being pulled in like a vacuum and then being shot up to fill that void. So when I say there's a lot of convergence aloft, that's not very good, because you don't need stuff to converge at the top. You need it to spread apart, so that way you can get more convergence at the bottom. If you have a lot of divergence aloft, that's very good for these thunderstorms, because then you can form a lot of convergence at the bottom. You get the vacuum effect. But the inverse happens if you have a lot of convergence at the top. If you have a lot of air that comes in together, well, you can't casually stockpile air in some spots, it has to overflow somewhere else, which means it's got to sink down and it's got to spread out. You got to have an even level of air, even layer of air. So that's what I mean by talking about divergence and convergence. And if people still don't understand that, I'll draw a visual model here in a bit after this tornado warning here, which it looks like this velocity scan has started to weaken a little bit, which is the good news here. Areas near Anawan should be pleased by hearing that. Atkinson is in the clear as of this moment, and of course the other tornado warning that was over near Cambridge and southern Henry County has now been put to bed. That is now expired, well, and or canceled. So
I think canceled, actually.
It probably was.
Because not only did it weaken, but it moved out of the warning box.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that Anawan storm has definitely started to occlude, although the velocity signature is still okay. It's just become a bit more broad. So we're going to need to watch out for that storm possibly recycling later on. It does have a very good couplet in the upper levels up about 6,000 feet. You can see that there's still a very good velocity couplet going on there. That's going to push off. Looks like it's turned a little bit to the east-northeast now. We were seeing that storm in its earlier stages. It was kind of moving about due east, sort of parallel to I-80 there. But
Yeah.
now, as it progresses and occludes, it is turning a little bit more towards the north and east. Do we know where the warm front is? Because I am wondering if you look at LOT, I am wondering if that stronger couplet near Paw Compton is north of the front.
It's
because it seems like it's struggling to get its act together, though it looks like it should not be struggling.
I'm pretty sure it's along the front. And the only reason why it started to get its act together that way is because it originally had Fujiwara. It originally had intensified the mesocyclone. And you're allowed to have mesocyclones elevated. But
right.
I guess the real question would be, can we get a temperature? Because in Rochelle, it's 64 on top of 55. If we're talking about like Peru, areas just to the west of Ottawa, that's 70 on top of 55. That's a whole, 6 degrees off in temperature. So, unfortunately, we don't have any METAR stations there. We might be able to, what we could do? We can go onto Weather Underground, try and find something there. Morgan, can you do me a favor and find where exit 72 on I-80 is? See if that's near the tornado warning. Yeah, in Illinois. Because Riley just took that exit, and that's an M name. I have no idea. Actually, I'm an idiot. We have What's-Its-Face for a reason. We have Life 360 for a reason.
We do. I believe exit 70.
It's on. Okay,
72?
Never mind. He's on Interstate 39, wherever that. So he's all the way over there. I don't know where he's going.
I think they're torn. I think they were going to go west, but now they have no choice but to go north because those west storms aren't materializing.
He's going for.
He has zero confidence, I think, in anything else forming beyond this.
So he's going east now. No, he's going north. Because that road takes him north on... I don't know where he's going.
Cluster near Paw, I think is what he's doing.
Oh, yeah. He's on that storm. He's 100% on that storm.
Yeah, that looks very...
So chat, shall we go check and see... Let's watch him for a second. He's on this storm here near Paw and Compton. Let's take a look and see what he's looking at here. And hopefully internet and connection will actually be decent.
Got a wall cloud on Compton.
That's what I saw earlier, but I didn't want to check it. Let's see if we can go back in time.
Tornado warning continues.
Here. It should be on the left-hand side here, chat, I believe. Actually, we'll go back in time just a little bit more. Here we go. See that? There you go. So that's your wall cloud right there as he was getting off the interstate. you can clearly see an outline of something right in here. We'll go back in time again.
Oh, exit 72. No, they're far north of I-80. Yeah, they're already on it.
They're on it right there.
Hey, Nate, I'm gonna forward you this link. And I'm gonna keep it open.
Oh, wow.
Well.
What the heck was that, chat?
But
is that some scud? Is that some lowering there? Yeah, look at that, chat. That's pretty close. That's very interesting. I have, wow.
Some wicked lightning they've got. Absolutely insane lightning.
Oh yeah, they're getting harassed by trees too, so they can't exactly see. But just a couple seconds earlier, I want to go back to that, chat, because that was so interesting. Like, see that?
Ooh. Really nice base. Super not.
It looked like a funnel, but it could very well be scud too. It's very hard to see because it's dark.
The base looks elevated to me, don't you think?
Well, it's hard to say.
It's very hard to say, but...
Well, it looks like the wall cloud is pretty low in a concentrated point. He's still pretty far away from it. I'll go to live view.
To live view.
Well, because I was looking back in the past, I was trying to kind of recap what we were seeing.
Are you talking about what's in the back left?
More so, if you see how those poles are, the light poles, how they go through the middle of the screen. Are you looking at Riley Stream Live?
Poles? Yes, I am.
Okay. In the background, if you were to follow those poles all the way to the back right, you'll be able to see.
Oh, the back right.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were talking about whatever Scuddy figure that is off to the left.
No.
I was going to say there's no shot that's any.
No, that's definitely not it. It's not going to be, when we're talking here, chat, we're not talking about this area here. This is not where we're looking at. This, when you see the cloud kind of curl off to the side, there's this lowering that's right about here. That is where we're going to be watching out for the potential of something tornadic. And you can kind of see as the light starts to illuminate it, the lightning, more and more. I'm not talking about this left thing over here. This is not it. Don't pay attention to that. That is not the tornado. Okay? If there was a tornado. If you were to find a tornado, if you were storm chasing in this spot, you would be looking somewhere right in here, right where this yellow box is. So just watch out for it. We're going to continue to look at it live, but you can clearly see that was a heck of a shot just now. You saw that, Morgan?
No. Hey, Nate, can I give you a heads up?
A heads up on?
Are you looking at LOT radar?
I am.
Great. Look at that DeKalb storm on ZDR velocity with height and reflectivity. We need to be looking out for that later.
Yeah.
Assuming it doesn't go too far north.
You're absolutely right, because it definitely does have...
That is a wicked structure.
That is a wicked ZDR arc. I mean, if you were to outline it all... Wow.
So just keep an eye. It's not imminent, but we need to be watching out for that.
KDP is a little bit more reserved to the side, so it definitely has some streamwise vorticity associated with it. Pyro with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Talking about the coefficient expansion of these stars. I mean, I don't see how that could play too much into something that could be tornadic.
Are they moving again, or what? No, they're not. Are they? No. Final answer.
Go back to this tornado warning here, which has now been downgraded from tornado confirmed to just a tornado warning, which is what I love about this new update on GR2, that I have somehow managed to neglect updating for as long as the dawn of time. But
I don't know if you caught wind of this. I sent you a link. That will give you the exits on various interstates.
Oh, cool.
Can allow you to pinpoint it on a map, just so you're
good. Very cool.
I'll keep that open. I'll keep that open in the background for you. If you ever need anything, just let me know.
Very cool. Very cool. Chat, we're gonna keep this up here, but it'll be above me. We're gonna go back to our radar, and I'll actually move this over. There you go. So now you'll be able to see the stream above me here. But I want to talk about the big picture here with these storms, as it could probably be just a little bit easier, you know, if we just talk about it in a sense that way. So here is the outlook for severe weather here today. You guys can see down here at the bottom right, the levels of severe weather. The higher the level, the more intense severe weather you can anticipate. And so there are 3 out of 5s here. There is 3s in these oranges. And it is in a succession of the one that is over here in Illinois, portions of Wisconsin and Indiana. This actually is happening first. This event is happening first. And it is what we are encountering right now. But this down here near the Ohio River Valley, this will actually happen a lot later on tonight. We're probably talking about 8, 9, 10 o'clock, stuff like that. So, those of you who may be looking at this and be like, well, when are we really getting these storms? Are we really getting them at all? Are they, you know, ever going to form? And my answer to you is you'll get them eventually, just not right now. Nice to see you're alive and well, Becca.
Hey, Nate. How much does ye know about StormNet?
Meh.
Okay. I'm gonna go into the interface here.
I'm going to go back here, chat. I'm going to show you guys also the tornado probabilities. The big thing that you guys need to know is these yellow areas with dots in the middle. These are where significant tornadoes are possible. But just because they are limited within these areas doesn't mean that it cannot happen outside of them. It just means that the probability of them are mainly centralized around these areas. So just kind of watch out if you can. Hannah told you to do your homework, by the way. So consider, Morgan.
Who told me to do my homework?
Hannah Cavender.
Oh, lovely. No.
We're gonna go back to moisture convergence here. Okay.
That DeKalb storm. Yeah, not great.
I'll look at it again here in a second. But moisture convergence is starting to pick up over near the Ottawa areas, so we have to watch. That's a new tornado warning. That is for DeKalb.
Tornado warning for East Central DeKalb County in North Central Illinois.
Yeah, man. That thing is more of a wow, that boundary is linear at the moment. If that thing can kind of surge just a little bit more, pull it around.
Yeah, it's working on it. I think it's working on it.
It's definitely got a lot of vorticity, though. Take a look at spectrum width. Spectrum width is definitely trying to pick it up. It's definitely trying to get turbulence there. We're either talking about a strong, shelf cloud that's shuffling on through, or we're talking about maybe the potential of something to try and spin up there. Regardless, we got some good convergence in that area, so we'll have to see, of course, but That is a report. Multiple photos shared via social media show a funnel cloud near Paw Paw. So that's on Riley's storm. Per sources, that is, they apparently have a wall cloud near that area. Two areas, if you don't mind: Huntley, Illinois, and Matthews, Missouri. You live in Huntley, but you're a trucker in Matthews tonight. Have a wife and kid at home. Your daughter's frightened. Okay. Let me search that up on the side here. I'm gonna actually look at my phone to try and do it, so that way I don't change too much. And I'm actually going to play the loop here, so that way everyone can kind of just see the general movement of these storms. So I'll take a look at Google Maps. You said Huntley, Illinois. Huntley, Illinois is definitely going to be seeing at least some share of severe weather. Whether that could be tornadic or not, I think it might be a little bit too far north to see it, which means you'd probably get a lot of strong downbursts and large hail. But I definitely think they should be mindful of it too, because these supercells that have been trying to produce tornadoes do try to move a bit further towards the north, which means that it could try, if it were on its like last gasp, try to push up a little bit further north than one would think it could. So Huntley should definitely watch out. They should definitely be weather aware. And then you said Matthews, Missouri. Matthews, Missouri is located in the other portion of the severe risk. And you said you're going to be in Matthews tonight. Matthews, there's going to be a lot of clustering in that area, first and foremost. So there's going to be a lot of just severe weather there in general. I kind of anticipate if there is going to be any tornadic activity, it's not going to be anything that's super strong. Granted, there is the chance for strong tornadoes. It'll be kind of like just barely breaking the threshold. So if that provides any sort of comfort to you, then that's good. But as for just storms in general, they'll start to fire off. Actually, this model says it doesn't even fire off at all, which is kind of funny. They are expected to fire off sometime around 9 or 10 tonight. And that would be the time into which you probably should watch out for. But if you were to ask me the two of which that I would pay attention to more, it would definitely be Huntley. And that is kind of my 2 cents on it. So thank you.
New tornado warning.
Irish with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I'll read your thing here in a second.
Tornado warning for southern DeKalb County in north-central Illinois.
Wow. Waterman, DeKalb, Hinckley. That is definitely starting to pick up.
That's dangerous.
That is really starting to pick up.
I also think it's also moving east-southeast somehow.
Actually,
I would like to observe that.
Actually, I think that's a merger. I think that's either...
it may be the bat, yeah. I also would like to observe that the storm may drop a brief one right in front of Riley and Hunter.
It definitely could. Yeah, this thing could definitely try to produce a tornado. And if you know anyone that lives near Waterman, Hinckley, Maple Park, Cortland, or areas south of DeKalb in Illinois, you need to get in your safe space. You need to get into a sturdy structure. You need to stay away from windows. This thing is definitely got the look. Definitely got the look. You can take a look and you can see on the velocity scan here, we have reds moving away, got greens moving towards. We got a tornado vortex signature right here as my Epic Pen continues to stutter. Tornado vortex signature right there. And this thing just definitely has the look. This thing definitely has the look.
Look at the hook at 5,000 feet on the third tilt up.
We're talking 1.3. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
that definitely is. Now I
So
wonder
one
if
thing I
that
want to
means.
observe, one thing I want to observe for anybody in this area, this is extremely high precipitation.
Right.
It can be very difficult for you to see anything going on with this if you do try to go out and observe it to yourself. Chasers are trained to stay back from situations if they are too treacherous like this. Please, please, please do not try and go out and find it yourself. If you are in the areas of Hinckley, west of Maple Park, southwest of Maple Park, west of Caneville, that's near I-88, you need to be in your safe space. I need to double check. 62 over 49 in DeKalb. Is this in the warm front?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, could there be a possibility that this thing?
It may have just ran out of it. It just ran out of juice.
It's definitely possible. It is definitely possible. But we will have to see. We will have to see how this thing maneuvers.
Oh boy, Riley and Hunter might have trapped themselves in the the rear draft. Look at the southwest side of that thing race now.
Well, now I'll also make a note that there's the potential for...
That is a debris signature.
Now I'll also mention, as there's a debris signature, as Morgan said.
Nice.
That new tornado warning that they issued for southern DeKalb is because there was a new rotation that ended up developing near Paw Paw a couple scans ago. That one's going to have to be watched out for, but I think that one could also be producing some strong downbursts, some strong gusty winds in those areas. So it might be something to watch out for further along the line. The potential for tornadoes is not zero, obviously. So highlight that more than, say, a random storm, I don't know, in Ohio, something like that. If you were to look in some of the other areas, it would definitely be this elongated line here in northern Illinois, especially if you were to look at something specific. Obviously, the one that's northeast of Waterman, but I'd also look at the storm that's just to the east of Paw Paw. I also want to take a look. See, it looks like the storm that's near Manillas that was from the Anawan area has started to weaken significantly. That one is starting to dissipate more and more and more. And at this current trend, similar to the storm that was just to the west of it, I have a feeling that one will likely dissipate as well. So don't be surprised if that is the case. And that these clusters of storms that are over here near the Paw Paw area, up to the DeKalb and the Caneville area, will be the ones that will need to be monitored the most. All right, let's read the comment from Iris. It says, practice tonight at 8. Live in LaGrange. Could you please check if it's safe for your parents to drive me there tonight? LaGrange. I'll have to check.
Tornado warning continues. That's off to the south and west near Manillas and northwest of Princeton.
That's in the Chicago metro area.
Did you say LaGrange?
Yeah, that's
practice at 8. The one complexity with that is, does this complex end up turning off towards the north and east? If it does, you guys might not see any precipitation at all. However, currently at the rate that it's going, you guys will see some precipitation. That's also a tornado confirmed out of that Hinckley storm. Mm-hmm. And the ECC signature continues, although that rotational couplet just went all sorts of berserk. Really elongated itself north-south-wise, which is quite interesting. Back on topic. The complex that's moving off in your direction right now is starting to race a little bit more than it was earlier. I am questioning whether or not some sort of boundary has picked it up, or if that southern storm is just the one driving this whole complex to accelerate at a much faster rate of speed. Mm-hmm. With this being said, if this continues on the rate that it does, you'll probably see impacts at Lagrange around 7:30, 7:45 Central Standard Time. That would be on the assumption that the storm complex continues off towards the east, paralleling I-88, basically all the way into downtown Chicago. If this turns off towards the north and east, we could see a little bit more of an increase of speed, in which you would probably be seeing the 7:30 time frame, assuming that it doesn't turn out of your area. Although that being said, Lagrange be on high alert either way for some strong to severe thunderstorms heading your way in the next hour or so.
Riley's stream just ended. I'm assuming it just hit a...
Ended?
Yeah, it just ended a... I'm assuming it hit an area with no service. So I'll probably have to put that back up here in a second. But I
don't like where they are right now locationally. They're about to get rammed.
True that. But yeah, Morgan did make a good point. The storm did produce a tornado, and it's the debris is still in the air. This one that's over near Waterman and Hinckley.
I don't think it's still producing. But I don't think it is anyway. No, it's probably not.
Probably not. I don't know what I said then, but it was producing. It has debris still in the air. That's what I was trying to say. But now it's starting to elongate itself. Now it's starting to become a little bit more of a damaging wind threat. So
yeah, I wasn't questioning what you said. I was just making an observation.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to make the record straight. I have no idea sometimes what I say if I just ramble or stuff like that.
Natisms.
Yeah, natisms, exactly. So I just want to make sure that is put out there, that this storm over here that is in DeKalb County near Waterman, Hinckley, and DeKalb, in between those three towns and or cities, that storm now is a wind producer. That is not to say that this thing could stop producing tornadoes entirely. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying as of this moment right now, it is not producing a tornado. It's still got tornadic debris in the sky because the tornado kind of threw up stuff in the sky, and so now it's got to fall down somehow. But as of right now, it is not producing a tornado. That's what I got to say. So that's the good news for people that are over near Hinckley, over near Maple Park, and near Caneville here in Illinois.
Hey, Nate.
Go for it.
Got showers down south of Effingham, east of St. Louis.
Was that convergence starting to pick up a bit?
Might be. It's on US 50.
I'm going to go to mesoanalysis. Yeah, there is some convergence there.
VWX. Evansville is the radar I'm using to see it. Between Effingham and Mount Vernon. That's where it is.
I think I have Evansville's radar up. Yeah, there is a little bit of stuff over there.
And that being said, we're not expecting too much activity to go on down there until later on tonight. I want to make that very clear. The southern risk is not something that we're going to be too concerned about for
There's
probably
also some
another
stuff
couple
near
of hours.
Paducah as well.
Yes. Yes.
Something to watch, indeed. Now, I want to say this here, because while we're talking about tornadoes, while we're talking about weather, because this is a weather stream, actually, you know what? What I'm going to have to say is going to have to be put on hold, because that's likely a new tornado that's trying to develop near Waterman. It's going to be southwest of Waterman. It's going to be heading into the Waterman area, more than likely, heading into Hinckley. Yeah.
Is their stream back up?
I don't believe so. I haven't gotten a text from them either. But there looks to be some form of rotation over there near Waterman. And I got a little bit of vorticity with that too, according to our turbulence. A little bit of spectrum width. So this is definitely something to watch out for. But Waterman, once again, potentially another storm that could try to produce a tornado. And this is a separate one. This is a separate one too. You can see the old area with rotation, the old one that produced a tornado, was from this rotation right here. All right, from that rotation, you had reds moving away, you had greens moving towards, you had counterclockwise spin. This is a separate one. This is a whole new area of rotation that just formed on the southwestern side right there, and that looks very, very interesting. That's a very interesting hook, too. Look at that. Look at that. So, Waterman, you need to get in your safe space right now. You're still in a tornado warning. Please continue to stay in your safe space as a new storm is starting to develop here. This one could also produce a tornado. I'm going to go back to satellite here. I'm going to go zoom into these storms. And these have classic indications of them being pretty powerful. You got overshooting tops. You got overshooting tops right here. You got the classic V characteristic on the sides. Yeah, these are some pretty strong storms that are trying to fire off here right in that area of the warm front.
Tornado warning continues for Hinckley radar indicated rotation.
Oh. Oof. Yeah, there's the
I
new
really
update.
do wonder if this is it.
What? The event?
For the northern risk.
No. No, there's still gonna be more.
Where?
Further along the line. To the northeast.
Where? Michigan?
Mm-mm.
Northern
about
Indiana,
short term.
what? Oh, no. I'm talking about once this complex moves over the lake.
Well, yeah, it definitely could go into Michigan. That's what some of the models said, but it's kind of hard to say because you have so much stable air that's going to be advecting from Michigan or Lake Michigan.
This is the issue. Yeah, I was going to say this is the issue. I don't know. Since nothing else has developed, the stable air is setting back in the rest of the dry-ish line.
So tornado clips, when we talk about stable air, the lake naturally creates stable air because the water is cooler than the actual air temperature above it.
Especially considering it's February 27th.
Yes.
So the lake is very cold.
So that's what we're talking about.
What you'll often end up seeing in a sound, I wonder, can we find a sounding that has a lot of stable air in it to show it as an example?
Yeah, the University of Illinois sounding that they just had a couple hours ago. You can find that in general.
Like it just had it like no, I'm talking about like a direct surface inversion.
Oh, at the surface?
Yeah.
No, I can't remember.
That would be an example of like lake effect stable air.
Right.
Like something that has, as you'll see if you have the sounding. Let me take the sounding. Let me take a sounding over the lake. Let me get a good one.
There you go.
Here you go. This is great. Here, show this.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
There you go. That's awesome. The dew point's even higher than the surface temperature.
That doesn't make any sense, but you know, I don't think that's
it tells
possible.
you what you need to know, though. That is what it is. That is what the lake will do, though.
Well, I mean, it's not to that extent, but yes, you have a fair point.
It's HRRR.
That's true. So when we're talking about stable air over the lake, once again, the lake creates cooler air, especially at this time of year, because over the duration of winter, the climate has been cold. So the water is going to be cold. But once you start to induce some warmer air, the warmer air is not going to reside at the surface because that's not what the surface temperature is. It is naturally going to want to rise above that cool air. But if cool air is already in place at the surface, it's just going to kind of go over top of it. So you have a bunch of stable air here at the surface, which elevates thunderstorms. Granted, there could be some water spouts and stuff like that, but you want the temperature to be way warmer than 44 degrees Fahrenheit. You want it to be 60s, 70s, even 80s if you can. Because it's not, the storm cannot start at the surface. Instead, it has to start at where the warmest part of the environment is. And in this case, it's right here. And that is about a half a kilometer above the surface, which is pretty elevated. So that's what we were talking about when we were saying stable air over the lake, because that's exactly what it does. Correct me if I'm wrong, but does it create the same effect as to how land affects landfalling tropical systems? Not really. So, I'm assuming you're... That's a new tornado warning, so just listen to that real quick.
Tornado warning for West Central Kane County in northeastern Illinois.
So, that's a new tornado warning for Kane County, Illinois. If you're in Kane County, Illinois, take your proper precautions, get in your safe space, of course. As for the question earlier, I'm assuming you're looking at it from a landfalling perspective, so I'll try and explain it as best as I possibly can. When a hurricane makes landfall, the reason why it weakens is because it's not over warm waters, so therefore it can't be able to sustain its moisture, as well as encountering a lot more friction on the surface. Because if you think of the ocean, the water is pretty flat, all right? You get some large waves and stuff like that, but you don't really have trees or buildings that are kind of preventing wind from flowing freely. Whereas once you go over land, you start to encounter hills, you start to encounter mountains, you start to encounter trees, buildings, land, all sorts of stuff like that. So those two together make a hurricane weak. Whereas in this case, when we're talking about a tornado making landfall, or a water spout making landfall, or just a storm making landfall in general, in this case, that stable air is going to continue to ride with the storm wherever it goes and kind of be carried over onto land. But as soon as it gets a little bit further inland, you start to encounter that warm moisture again, and then of course you start to get storms that can actually try and become more surface-based again. So hurricanes, the assumption is it's already surface-based. With storms, you can have them either be surface-based or elevated, but they need to be surface-based in order for you to create tornadoes, or most of the time. Sometimes you can get these real long tornadoes that can extend all the way through portions of the atmosphere, and you get just this one skinny tornado. It's weird looking things, I'll tell you what. Looks like, man. Looks like these things are clustering all over the place. Whew. I need to breathe. It's probably healthy to do that. It's healthy to breathe, Nathan. It's very healthy to breathe. I'd like to think so.
Is their stream back up or not?
I have not gotten a text from them. So, the answer... Let's find out. Let's find out.
No. The answer would be no.
That sucks. That sucks. We'll just have to wait for them then. I'm gonna try and see if I have any cameras that are
They're
over near this
also-
area.
They're also casually trying to outrun this.
The answer is
which
no, I don't have any. That's wonderful.
may only work for so long.
I need more cameras in Chicago. That's what I need. Hell, I need more people helping me with my website for cameras across the board in the United States. Because if I can create my own website and then be able to have cameras for everyone, like the whole purpose of the website was supposed to be so that everyone could have cameras, or the link to cameras for free, and everyone can be able to just click and boom, they're there. But there is some real monetary opportunities with that whole idea. And man, all I would need is just people who know how to make a website and people who know how to make an interactive map. That'd be pretty cool. That might be something that I'll have to look into once I get more money for budgeting. If I can put a budget into that, I can create my own company for the website. We can be able to really take off with it. Sounds like a good business decision to me. And of course, if that sounds interesting to any of you, you can obviously get in contact with me. That would be pretty cool. So that way everyone can have web cameras. But Pine Grove west of Elgin. Pine Grove. We're talking about that one right here. Oh, Pingree Grove. Yeah, that does have a little bit of rotation. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier, actually, as to where the event would continue to uptrend.
What is that thing?
It's my assumption is that there's just going to be more and more storms that are going to form on this warm front, and they're just going to kind of like dissipate as they as the warm front moves further and further northeast. The storms cannot match the speed of the warm front, and so therefore it becomes.
And the
worse
best
off or
energy is
worse
immediate
off.
proximity of that front.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, huh. That might be something to watch out for near West Dundee, Gilbert's, Pingree Grove, stuff like that.
Nate Riley needs you to force end the stream.
Oh, got it.
What's going on with the whole smoke thing?
That's a new tornado warning.
It's becoming much less so. is what
Tornado
it's doing.
warning for northern Kane County in northeastern Illinois.
Northern Kane, so that's West Dundee and Elgin. Ironically, though, that rotation has dissipated as quickly as it formed. So we'll see if it tries to rebound. It says
Rebound.
that stream already. Can he not create a new stream? Because it looks to me like it ended. I just have my own stream that I'm streaming right now.
They also might casually be getting wrapped up in a rotation where they're driving.
Oh, yeah. That I can't control. I'm just being honest.
You only have so much power, huh?
Mm-hmm. I wasn't blessed with the designation of harp.
Oh my god.
That's a joke, by the way, chat. That was meant to trigger a lot of people.
Me. It was meant to trigger me, is what it was meant to do.
Man, that storm near Hinckley looks very, very intense.
It's a lot of strong damaging winds, if absolutely nothing else. They have stopped.
Funnel, big tornado on Reed Stream. Which storm is he on? I'm assuming it's the one near Hinckley.
That's a tornado warning for Aurora.
Hinckley looks like they have 2 areas where there could be tornadoes. That's my guess. So if you're near Hinckley, Big Rock, or Sugar Grove, you need to get in your safe space.
Vince, Brandon, no, Reed.
Tornado
Where
warning
Reed?
for northern Kendall County in northeastern
Reed.
Illinois.
Yep, Hinckley.
Southern Kane County in northeastern Illinois.
Yep, Hinckley looks like it's going.
Yeah, that's kind of funnel.
So if you live near Big Rock and Sugar Grove, please get into your safe space, as these storms definitely look like they are producing at least one tornado. At least one. There are 2 areas of rotation with this. One right there, and one right there.
Looks like it's a funnel currently.
Yeah, you can see the 2 concentrated areas. Red moving away, green moving toward. Red away, green toward. Can Riley not create a new stream? Or am I going to have to do that too?
He can't,
He can't?
as far as I'm concerned.
Which means I'm going to have to do it for him. Which is fine. Oh yeah, that definitely looks like it's on the ground, alright. Also looks like it's going to merge with the other rotation. Is it hard to work for the National Weather Service? I would say so. I haven't worked for the National Weather Service, but I would like to think it's hard. I would like to think it's fun, though, too. But that may just be me. Who knows? Yeah, this definitely looks like this is trying to produce a tornado over here near Big Rock, Illinois. There's just a lot of tornado warnings here for storms that are quickly spinning up. That looks like a tornado vortex signature to me, though. That is a tornado vortex signature to me. Wow. Talking about 51 on top of 38. That's as close to 80 mile per hour delta velocity as you can get. That's good enough. Looks like a tornado to me. Can you see if Hastings, Michigan will get any tornadoes? Hope not. Let me look at it. I'm going to go on my phone here, and I'm going to pull it up on my Google Maps here, so that way everyone continues to just look at the screen here. So Hastings, Michigan. Hastings, Michigan is quite a bit of ways. There is a small potential for you guys to get something, but it's non-zero. So I would watch out, but I don't see it being too impactful for you.
Day 1 enhanced, plural.
Oh yeah, and they did wrap the 10 sig around portions of Lake Michigan. Which is kind of funny. Definitely a little funny.
Where are they going?
Riley and them?
Yeah, they're turning north. I feel like that's an error.
Those storms that are getting into the southwestern portions of Chicago, south of the current most tornado warning, that one might be the one to watch if we're talking about the Chicago area, especially the northern Chicago area. Is there a sig risk today for tornadoes? Yes, there is. We have 2 of them, actually. I'll bring them to your guys' attention here real quick. All right. So, here's the 2 risks for tornadoes that we are watching. These 2 yellow areas, which indicate a 10% chance of tornadoes or greater. Right in there. This is for the first one of today, I should say, is for northeastern Illinois and northwestern Indiana. The second one is here along the Ohio River from where it meets up with the Mississippi all the way up to Cincinnati, and then give or take probably, I don't know, 50 miles north-south. So that tornado warning near Big Rock and Hinckley just got confirmed, by the way. But yeah, those are the 2 main tornado risks, and everywhere within that yellow, there's also a significant tornado risk within there as well. But that is a confirmed tornado located near Sugar Grove. This tornado warning expires in 28 minutes, which will be at 7:30 Central. So something to definitely watch out with that. And it definitely looks like the rotation has started to weaken just a little bit with the initial tornado. Maybe a new rotation that is starting to develop with it, however. So please be sure to watch out. And honestly, I think there might be a new tornado warning that could get issued somewhere in between Caneville and Sugar Grove, heading into the Geneva areas. So if you know anyone who lives near Geneva in Illinois, it might be something you guys should watch out for, honestly. Can I please check whether Woodstock, Illinois and South Bend would get anything this evening into the overnight hours? South Bend might get some stuff because that is still a part of the main tornado risk. Woodstock, I have no idea where that is, so I'm going to look it up. Woodstock, Illinois, on my phone. I'd say Woodstock's going to get a lot of large hail and damaging winds, but you guys might be starting to get out of the risk here pretty soon as well. My chasers are coming up on Sugar Grove. They are. Morgan, can you confirm that? I have no idea if Riley and them are... Oh! Oh, they're streaming right now. Oh yeah, they're live right now, Morgan.
Yes, they are.
I'll fix their
They're also
stuff.
definitely not doing 45.
All right, chat. Well, while I update their stuff, go let's watch and see what they're doing, shall we? Squishy, are you still here? Of course, the thing starts to buffer as soon as we start to pay attention to it. Then that
Right.
classic.
They're running out of real estate very quickly.
That sounds about right. Upload the thumbnail, please. Cannot save until errors are resolved. Are you... What errors are... Oh. No, it's not made for kids. Thank you. Cool. Has chat been somewhat civil so far? I haven't been paying attention. Yes, that question was intended for you, Squishy. That's a new tornado that's north of Sugar Grove. I saw that based off of the reflectivity, and I said, oh man, dead giveaway. Look at that. Look at that. Woof. Okay, cool. Thank you, boss. Keep doing a good job. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Tell you that every day, though. So, Joe,
They just hit traffic.
Oh, they did.
Game over.
Oh.
Game over. Look at their camera.
Is that chaser traffic? Or is that just traffic?
That's just traffic.
That sucks. Joe with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, what about Kalamazoo? Your sun is there. I think that'll be more of an elevated hail and damaging wind risk. Can't rule out a small tornado, but I think that is more of that style of a risk. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a tornado near Sugar Grove. North of Sugar Grove, heading on to Interstate 88. And that might be a debris signature. That's possible. It's hard to say, though. It is very hard to say. But north of Sugar Grove, near I-88. Yeah. Yeah, that probably is a tornado. That's a lot of spectrum width there. Look at that. Let's go back to our main radar here as we try to balance all sorts of content here for you guys.
Content.
Look at that. That is some very high spectrum width. That indicates a lot of turbulence. And tornadoes do cause turbulence. Power flash. Did you guys just see a power flash? I haven't been paying attention. Where is our chasers? Let's find out. I'm going to look at Life 360 here. See. Oh, they are at Sugar Grove. They're going east. Which means they're looking at the RFD that is likely in that area. I wonder if they were to look north, what would happen? Oh, they're going around them. Okay. Yeah, they are definitely in Sugar Grove right now. So that's good to see. One day we're also going to get one of those place files where we can automatically update where our chasers are at. That would be pretty nice for closure, wouldn't it? I think so too. Oh yeah, that tornado just crossed the interstate. Oh, it 100% crossed it, and that's debris. So this is a tornado in progress right now that is north of Sugar Grove, just crossed the interstate, just crossed I-88, It is heading into the Geneva and the Batavia areas, as I mentioned earlier. If you're in Geneva and Batavia here, this is west of Chicago. This is in the outskirts of Chicago. You need to get in your safe space. This is a very powerful storm. We're probably going to see a new tornado warning here soon in Kane County. Yeah, this is a very, very powerful storm. Look at that ZDR arc, too. Look at that, chat. That is classic indicator of thunderstorm sustainability. And just because I'm interested here, and of course we'll go back into the... Wow. Mixing ratio is actually pretty nice over there, but let's take a look at the bulk shear. Surface 3 kilometer. Bulk shear is starting to increase. Bulk shear is starting to increase. What about storm relative velocity? Storm relative velocity is starting to increase. What about surface vorticity in 3? Oh my goodness, Morgan, can you go take a look at surface? Oh my god. Thanks, Squishy, for helping out. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Potentially could see you later on tonight. If not, I'll tell you goodnight in a bit. We'll see. We'll see. But that's a lot of 3 Cape and surface vorticity. That's a lot. That's an ouch. That's an ouch. That's a triple point. Woof. Yeah, that is a nasty storm. Yep, that tornado is still on the ground, heading into Geneva and Batavia. If you're in those areas, once again, oh my goodness, that is 60 on top of 44. That's definitely over 100 mile per hour delta velocity. That's definitely approaching the potential for a strong tornado status. Not there quite yet, but that is definitely a strong storm. There's definitely a tornado in progress right now. That's a lot of turbulence right within that area too. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Kane County in northeastern Illinois.
Did I not say, chat, that they're going to issue a new tornado warning for Geneva and Batavia? Told you I haven't lost my touch. It's definitely there. But it is trucking. It is marching its way into those areas. And once again, Geneva, St. Charles, Batavia need to get in your safe space here. The general motion of these storms is off to the north and east. And because of that, this is definitely a heck of a storm. It's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour, too. At this current rate, it is going to head into Geneva. Latest update shows the rotation is starting to weaken a little bit. That might be a saving grace here.
Debris signature has weakened as well.
Might be a little bit of a saving grace. And it looks like the rotation's starting to get further and further back behind the main line. So that might be another good thing, too, here, because it's starting to ingest a lot of that cold, drier air that is starting to be mixed down from the upper portions of the storm. But man, oh man, where's the next storm down? Plano and Yorkville is going to be the next one to watch. That storm down there, it'll likely head into Aurora and Naperville. So, folks over there near Oswego, Aurora, Naperville, you guys will definitely need to watch. This is just a general, you know, a general announcement for those that are over there. And then we also have a giant severe thunderstorm warning across the board that will expire in an hour from now, which is kind of crazy. Is Rockford area clear? You guys have a couple of thunderstorms around you, but they're they're elevated, which means they're not really doing too much. So yeah, I'd say so. They could have some larger amounts of hail, but tornado-wise, you're fine.
They're stuck in traffic. That sucks.
They would just have to get to 88, book it east. That's all they would have to do. They just need to get to Naperville.
It's a new that first tornado has lifted. There's maybe a new vortex forming north of it, though.
Yeah, it's possible.
Although that looks very just straight.
We'll have to see if the southern portion of that old rotation gusts out too much to the point to where it just closes off that northern rotation because it's moving too fast. But Geneva and Batavia needs to still stay in their safe space. Once again, there is a tornado warning that is in effect for your area in eastern Kane. I still find it really crazy how large this severe thunderstorm warning is. They are really trying to cover as much ground as possible. And, of course, that means that Chicago is in this, which means if you have folks that are in Chicago, let them know. Even share the stream with them if you want. We're just doing simple weather commentary over here. We're trying to give you guys a general idea as to what these storms are doing and how that could impact people out in front of these storms. So buckle up. We are going to be in here for the long haul. Excuse me. As I just yawn. That's amazing. That's wonderful, huh? But yeah, if you're basically from Joliet and Chicago Heights and north all the way up towards, say, the border of Illinois and Wisconsin, especially if you're along Interstate 94, you definitely need to watch. You need to watch for these storms. Yeah, the storm that is right near Huntley, that rotation actually has weakened pretty significantly, in my honest opinion, and honestly might start be moving off into Cook County. So you guys might be good.
Tornado warning for southwestern Lake County in northeastern Illinois, southeastern McHenry County in northeastern Illinois, northwestern Cook County in northeastern Illinois.
So that's a new tornado warning for those areas. Why? Not exactly. I wonder if it's just a continuation because they don't know what's happening. That does look to be the case because that warning is so huge. It says severe thunderstorms, plural, capable of producing a tornado were located along a line. So yeah, they don't exactly know where specifically a tornado could be, but it's definitely all over the place. And if you're over near Huntley, you guys should be okay now. It's areas that are further east of Huntley, near Algonquin. Those are the people that should watch out. Algonquin and east into Cary, Lake Barrington, Lake Zurich, stuff like that. Sugar Grove, by the way, had a 55 knot report, 63 mile per hour wind gust.
Tornado warning for Northwestern DuPage County in northeastern Illinois, northwestern Cook County in northeastern Illinois.
So now we're starting to get into the really interesting spots here, ladies and gentlemen, because what's happening now is I think they're just understanding that the entire line could potentially have a chance of producing a tornado, and they're not going to risk it. So they've issued a new tornado warning for DuPage County and up into portions of Cook County, and they're just going to start warning the entire line. And honestly, I'm not too surprised that that is the case. I do believe that this is likely going to be a trend, and this is going to continue to try and pick up more and more. So if you're over near Wayne, West Chicago, Bloomingdale, Hanover Park, Streamwood, Schaumburg, guys need to watch out for the potential of a tornado. It is definitely possible. I want to take the time right now to recognize something that has been happening. It's been something that's been very crazy, to say the least. And I want to talk about these wildfires that are all the way over here in North Texas. If you guys have been paying attention to weather at all, you've been hearing about these wildfires that have been pretty significant over here. And originally the wildfires were very, very strong and were being blown by 60, 65 mile per hour wind gusts from west to east. And Canadian Texas actually had an evacuation order. Now the wildfires are starting to be pushed from north to south, which is really interesting. And I want to show you guys just a little bit more in depth here with the shortwave infrared satellite. You see this here, chat? You see all these black colors right in there? Those are wildfires. And actually, I'll give you a little bit more leeway here. We're actually go into 96 frames here and show you what these wildfires were doing originally this morning, and then when the cold front passed through, how it's starting to move from north to south. So watch this. Winds are pushing this. You can see the wildfire really expanding quite rapidly. And then all of a sudden, look at it starting to move from north to south. That is some crazy stuff. And look at that. You can even see the stuff over here in Oklahoma start to move from north to south. I mean, that's just crazy. That's just crazy to me. So the folks that are over there in northern Texas into western Oklahoma, don't be stupid. Please do not try and be near these wildfires. If you're issued a mandatory evacuation, you need to heed it. And folks at Amarillo might need to watch for this. Like they might be potentially getting some wildfire activity as well. I think it's definitely possible. And you can already see that there's smoke that's blowing into Amarillo as well. I mean, look at that. See, these are some of the wildfires that are over here near Fritch and Borger. And all these little green lines, this is smoke. This is smoke that's being shot right through Amarillo. There's got to be some health hazards that are over there too. The air quality alerts have got to be all over the place. Morgan, can you actually look that up? See if there's an air quality alert in Amarillo. That'd be for Potter County and Randall County over there in Texas. Because it has to be terrible to be breathing in all that smoke. It has to be. So I wanted to make a point there. I wanted to recognize the people over there near Amarillo and just the northern panhandle of Texas. That's got to be absolutely heartbreaking for some people over there to see all those fires.
Oh, what? Hold up.
Now let's go back to the tornadic activity that's over here near Chicago. Because this is gonna have to be?
They hit 434 air quality a little while ago. Right now it's 280.
Ugh.
Which is bad.
Wow.
Another station in Amarillo hit 585 earlier, averaging at 300 now.
Wow. That's pretty funny.
I believe they are done.
They're done already?
Riley, yeah. He said to me in DMs that that they're done. He said, we're done here. I don't know if he intends. Let me ask him.
There we go. About to say, what in tarnation is he doing over there? But I get it. Holy DCE with the 5. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. It says air quality in El Paso is 387. That's not much better. That is not much better at all.
In El Paso? Oh, well, air quality in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metro is in the hundreds right now, so is Austin. I'm not sure what's going on there. Might just be because of how it's warm and stuff.
My computer is chugging.
Chug water. Calling it for good, he says.
Ouch. Has he determined that he can't catch up?
He's hit the metro.
I was gonna say, head to Naperville. Trust me, that storm right there is gonna get it. All right, my computer's got to stop chugging. Chat can even see the quality of the stream. Struggle bus. Oh, that's because Adobe Creative Cloud just sent stupid notification. That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, yeah, that storm that's over near Yorkville and Oswego, that thing's gonna be really interesting.
Why do you say that?
Well, it's on the southern end of the warm front, and historically,
it's also behind the gust front.
Not exactly. That is your outflow boundary from previous supercells. Allow me to further elaborate. Moisture convergence basically. And mixing ratio. Basically, you have a lot of moisture convergence that is south of the line, and that's going to ride all the way up into it. That convergence there is going to continue to make the environment pretty gnarly, and the mixing ratio is already pretty pretty good in that area. So I'm betting some stuff. How's my deep moisture conversions? That's actually not terrible. It's kind of the reason why it's somewhat semi-discreet.
Your deep moisture conversions?
Yeah. Mine.
Yours.
I am harp. I told you, this is a commentary stream.
Yeah.
No serious weather in Ohio? Not really. Not right now, at least. We'll go back here to show you all the risk for tornadoes here for everyone, as I thank Colton for the 31 months of becoming a weather watcher. Really do appreciate you for doing that. I also want to mention to Wolfman for the 23 months, Will Hutton with the 22 months. Yeah. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. We're going to go back to Chicago here. That might be a tornado here pretty soon near West Dundee. West Dundee, I-90 heading into the South Barrington area, Inverness area. Yeah, that's gonna be it's gonna be pretty close. It's gonna be very interesting indeed. If that thing starts to spin up more and more, yeah, probably could have it. Do I think anything will happen in the warning of Rockford? I think a lot of that is just elevated hailers. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's moving northeast at 22 knots. Yeah, this thing's moving decently slow. Max wind gust of 52 knots, which is like 58, 60 miles per hour. I'd say 60 miles per hour, actually. Is that what it is? Yeah, 60 miles per hour. Quarter-sized hail. Yeah, I mean, it's just a typical severe storm. Just don't be outside. I don't want you getting pelted in the head by quarter-sized hail. Doesn't feel great. That is possibly one of the largest tornado warnings I've ever seen.
Tornado warning for southeastern Lake County in northeastern Illinois,
My goodness,
northeastern
why?
DuPage County in northeastern Illinois, northwestern Cook County in northeastern
Is
Illinois.
this one of your like triannual or quad annual huge tornado warnings for some part of the Chicago metro? So I feel like it happens more than once a year.
I feel like they're just like, well, somewhere in here is going to see a tornado. Might as well try and catch it. Why did they do a U-turn? Yeah, Brendan. That is 100% true. That's a real blanket. There's a nader in there somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's fair. Northern Chicago. Areas north of Chicago. You got a giant tornado warning. Man, got some bigums over there. Big tornado warning. Gotta kind of hope for the best. Oh, it's crazy to see. But I mean, it's absolutely justified why they gave the warning, though. I mean, it's absolutely justified. So I get that. One thing I also want to mention as these storms start to head into Chicago, there is some history with these storms and doing damage. Obviously, tornadoes do damage. But this is from Jesse Risley. If you wanted to go follow them and stuff like that, see the type of content that they provide. But you can see here, this is some damage that occurred near Anawan. So this was one of the first tornadoes of the day. And there is some damage here. Quite a bit of damage, if I do say so myself. So these tornadoes have done damage. And if you are in a tornado warning, you must heed the warning. They're not just issuing it to issue it. So when we talk about a storm like South Barrington and Inverness, these areas over here, we're being pretty serious. Like, we call these rotations out so that way you may be able to kind of see as to where things are at, especially how trends are changing. But oh, that's so funny. That is pretty funny. Oh boy. Oh, Morgan. Oh, I got something funny to tell you in DMs after this little bit. So please remind me of just say something that happened somewhere else a little bit later.
Something that happened somewhere else. So helpful.
Yeah, well, I don't want to make it super obvious. You know what? I'm just going to do it right now. And Morgan, can you just talk about, big tornado warning? Like, try and find
big. I'm trying to finish a text message.
Well, then finish the text message. I'll talk about the big tornado warning, and then we'll see how that works. But that's pretty funny. Oh, that's a pretty gnarly tornado, that read. Wow. That is a cone tornado, although what's at the surface is not really a cone. That is so...
Is it another one of the series of tornadoes where it just doesn't fully condense to the ground?
I mean, it looks like it's a tornado. It's just at the surface, it's got like this ropey tornado. Ropey-dopey tornado. Oh. But like the base above it is like cone.
So. Yeah, I suppose so. Just, welcome back to another episode of This Tornado, but it didn't condense. I'm done with the text message.
It continues. Can I say first off, before we do any of that, that this tornado warning here for the northern portions of Chicago, look at how many people live in this area.
I didn't even think about that.
1.5 million people. 1.5 million people live here. So if you live in any of these areas here, highlighted in red, and everyone can see it, please get into that safe space. All right, I'm letting you know.
Man, that was a great time.
There you go. There you go, Morgan.
That's convenient, isn't it?
It is quite convenient. I'll tell you what.
That's adorable.
I'm gonna start waving to say hi.
Fan behavior.
Anyways.
Such happens.
I'm gonna show you all Reed Timmer's shot here. This is his video. And of course, if you guys don't know who Reed Timmer is, y'all are living under a rock. Credit to Reed.
Credit to. Yeah.
This is his video, his content, and stuff like that. So please be sure to check him out because he does a lot of stuff like this. You could search him up everywhere, Reed Timmer. And I'll show you guys only the beginner stages of this, just to kind of show you. Look at that. I mean, you can definitely see the rain wrapping around the base here. I mean, that definitely is tornadic wind field right in there. And yeah, there's some debris that is being kicked up from the bottom of it, so it is a tornado. And this, yeah, look at that. Look at that. I just paused it at the perfect time. And that was near Somonauk, Illinois. Somonauk, Illinois. So interesting to see there. Tristan with the 5 says, Mr. Nathan's hot dog is wondering when the updraft velocity tracks would affect over your house. Tristan, you need serious help. That's what I gotta say. That's a confirmed tornado from the big tornado warning. The bigums over there. Tornado producing storms. Confirmed a tornado near Inverness.
It's that main rotation thing
that we were talking about. Like yeah, near South Barrington.
Right. Is that spawners confirmed?
Yeah. Spotters confirmed indeed. So if you guys are over there, you need to definitely watch out. As there is definitely a storm trying to make noise over there. Man, so that entire area, all of it, just needs to watch. Wow. Cameron Nixon said big time cone tornado the size of a small time cone tornado. I mean, it's true, but it's pretty funny as well.
They've got tree damage on stream. I don't know if you're paying attention.
Yeah. You're right.
Big tree, very large. Looks like branches and stuff.
Oh, wow. I don't know what type of damage they're seeing there. Whether it's a shed or what.
The sign is knocked over.
I wonder if they're going to check to see if these people are all right. Holy DCE with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Mr. Snyder's Pretzels. Apparently, airport shut down as we speak. It should. It should be shut down. I mean, that's where... It's in the tornado warning. I think that's protocol, isn't it? No, it should be. It's on the southern end of the tornado warning. So it makes sense to me. Yeah, Buffalo Grove, Inverness, Long Grove, Vernon Hills, Killdeer, Mettawa, Diamond Lake, Hawthorne Woods. All those areas over there need to watch out. Those are the ones that are... that have got the highest chance of probably seeing a tornado compared to every other area. Cassie, what's up? Nice to see you. 5 not coming through. Yeah, I get that. I feel that in my soul, actually. My thoughts on the southern Indiana tonight. So that threat's going to be really interesting because that's just nonstop convergence down at the bottom along the Ohio River Valley. And there's also a lot of capping inversion there too. So it's going to be really interesting to see as to whether or not there actually is going to be something that can be sustained. But I mean, yeah, it's definitely got a chance if storms can continue to be there. A lot of vorticity, a lot of convergence there. Can storms naturally rise? Can they be storms? That is the real question. I have no idea what they are seeing or who they are seeing.
Looks like they think it's tornado damage.
It could be. That's what I'm thinking. Doodle Darko with the 10. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Says, really hoping people are paying attention tonight. The main event has yet to even begin. So hi, I hope I've been doing pretty well. I've been doing really well, actually. I've been working full-time at my ski resort job again. 3rd time in 4 years. And making $20 an hour this time instead of $9.90. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Improvement.
Big improvement. So I've been doing that. I've also been working on the side as a ice hockey coach. That's pretty cool. It'll end on Saturday, which is also very cool. So my plan in the future is to have this be part-time, work YouTube part-time again during severe weather season, and then I'll have something else in the morning, like a side job that I'll be working small hours. Save up enough money so that I can move over to Oklahoma, so that way I can continue my college over there in Oklahoma. Right now Penn State is kind of what I'm doing, but it's more of this. I've transitioned from just general college to more of like this meteorology centralized certificate program that has college credits. I'm going to transfer those credits over into Oklahoma. And last semester I got an A. That's pretty cool. So this semester right now, so far from what I've seen, I haven't checked it in a couple of days. I also have an A in this too. But we're talking, it's like advanced meteorology stuff. Like we're not just talking about like random weather things. Like this is actually like intense meteorology stuff, which is pretty cool. So yeah, that's kind of my life. I won't get into anything too personal, but that's just kind of my general idea. I might have to turn the fan on. Here. Hey Siri. What's the temperature outside?
It's 52 degrees right now.
All right, I'm going to open my window. Yes, I finally got an Apple phone. Congratulations, me. I'm graduating.
An Apple phone?
Yeah.
Try again.
Got an Apple product. Yeah, open my window. Got an iPhone. Stuff like that. I'm also going to turn on my fan. I'm going to evict this cold air into my corner.
Cool air advection.
I'm too hot. I melt. I'm an ice cube. That's something a future girlfriend's going to have to deal with. Good enough.
The 3 cape just disappeared.
It did?
Yeah.
Well, before I talk about the 3 cape here, I want to mention First off, once again, one of the largest severe thunderstorm warnings ever, followed by one of the largest tornado warnings ever, which has been canceled because there's just a new little area of rotation. Oh, actually, no, it's not canceled. They just shrunk it to just that one area that's heading towards the area of North Chicago, Lake Forest, and Libertyville. So basically, if you're north of Cook County, if you're in Lake County or southeastern Lake County in Illinois, you're gonna have to watch out. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know where life will take me when I'm over in Oklahoma, but yeah, I mean, all I know is that I need to go to an area where I actually am able to communicate with people I know every single day that have similar interests. So if I go to Oklahoma, I'll be able to hang out with Morgan, Riley, Tristan if he's still there, Caleb, some other people that I may know, a few contacts, stuff like that. That's my general idea. And who knows, I might have someone else with me there too, but that'll be left for another day, another discussion for another day. You're off to practice. How is it looking? A lot of severe storms that are right on your doorstep. Is there anything tornadic? There is the possibility for something to try and form over near Bowling Brook, Lockport, Plainfield. So that would be something I would watch out for. But other than that, I think you're pretty good. But yeah, it's just this one supercell right here near Plainfield. I actually want to take a look. Tristan is still here technically. We have the stream going while we do homework. I was talking about like future, like when I move to Oklahoma. Because I'm not moving to Oklahoma tomorrow. Be moving to Oklahoma either at the beginning of winter. Actually, more than likely the beginning of winter to like late fall. That's what I'm thinking. And it'd be cool if he stayed, but I understand if he didn't. Ooh. That looks kind of scuffed. Yeah, that 3 cape did die. Where did that 100 millibar... Oh my gosh! The ML cape just disintegrated.
Yeah.
What happened?
It went by.
It's not capped anymore. It's
Lake
just...
Breeze, question mark?
Huh?
Lake Breeze, question mark?
Doubt it. How would you be able to get a lake breeze coming from the south? It's coming from the northeast if that was the case. It doesn't make sense because winds are coming from the south.
Is the low including south then?
Oh, that's a good point. Let's check to see where the pressure change. Huh? It looks like it's moving southeast. I don't know.
Yes. Yes. I would agree.
That doesn't make sense
Trying
if
to
it
turn that way,
is.
which would mean the warm front got brought back south.
No, 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 it's not. It's going to be stationary over Chicago more than likely, if not move east. And it's fully occluding, so it's in the late stage occluding process before it becomes displaced from the actual boundary. And then the boundary overnight will likely turn into this kind of stationary boundary and or weird looking cold front, warm front type thing. And it'll be in the beginner development stages. A lot of people may have just heard that and thought, man, he's speaking gibberish. And you know
Words
what?
and such.
You're right. Gibberish, gibberish. But trust me when I say there is a process in how low pressure systems develop. And right now, the low pressure system is dying and a new one is forming. And that's the reason why there's the tornado threat down in the Ohio River Valley. So I'm not saying, you know, the just trust me, bro thing. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying stuff's going to be kind of interesting. Okay, you're back. Did you miss anything? I mean, we had a couple of tornadoes that formed from Hinckley to Sugar Grove. We had a funnel cloud near Geneva. We had a tornado near Inverness. We had a big tornado warning that just shrunk in size. I mean, yeah, you had a little bit of activity, not too much. Not too much. It's definitely not going to be a Cape bomb. Cape bombs usually are involved with heavy amounts of Cape, like a lot. Cape bombs basically offset lack of wind shear, and it's actually the opposite. Wind shear is actually, the wind shear and the divergence aloft is actually offsetting the lack of convergence, lack of lift, which is pretty interesting. I want to take a look at the HRRR, see what's in store. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Let's see what's in store for the event later on in the Ohio River Valley. And yes, I am using composite reflectivity. Get over it. No. What is this solution from the HRRR? I've got a couple of thoughts. Just a couple. I am not convinced. When is the southern mode going to start going? Sometime around 2 to 3Z. That's my guess. Wait a second.
What did the HRRR do?
HRRR is taking a crap on southern event.
Well, I thought the southern event was bait to begin with, but that bad?
Go take a look for yourself.
That's splendid.
Look at Theta E. Wow, Theta E is garbage across the board. Wait, was Theta E always supposed to be terrible? Or is that just a me issue? No, Theta E was actually supposed to be stronger. At least that's what it looks like. And it just is not. Yeah, this is awful. Thank goodness if this event does nothing, but who knows? Looks to me like because the temperatures start to decrease, so does Theta E, which makes sense. Means I can go to bed tonight instead of like waiting until like 4 or 5 in the morning. That'd be wonderful.
There is no event according to the HRRR, basically.
Yep. That's the reason why I said it took crap on it. Me too, RT. Me too. I'm okay with this event not doing stuff if it does not do anything. Be very happy. Be very, very happy. But yeah, this event just doesn't really do a whole lot. How are the wildfires doing? Wow, the wildfire that's heading towards Amarillo is looking really nasty. Yeah, it's getting close to Amarillo. It's actually getting too close.
Might they evacuate, you think?
It could get very close. It could get very close. I wonder now. Hold up. Chat.
Are they evacuating? Wait
Huh?
a second. No, town of Skellytown has an evacuation.
I'm going to...
Hmm.
Is it possible for me to go to the cameras and for me to see the wildfires?
I tried. Can't. There's no
Can't?
camera.
Oh my gosh, the wind is shaking and baking over there, though. Pampa Tower camera. Yeah, that's shaking and baking too. Oh, the Gaiman Tower camera. That's right. There's supposed to be fires over there too. I don't think there's a fire over there anymore, though. No, there's not. Which is good. Which is good. I'm okay with that. I'll take it. Mesoscale discussion. Watch issuance 95% for southern risk.
Great.
Severe risk is expected to increase this evening and overnight. Upper level ascent and fast moving cold front intersects with the retreating dry line. Boeing segments and supercells would be capable of all severe hazards as they will spread east along the Ohio Valley. A new tornado watch will likely be needed in the next 1 to 2 hours.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm trusting that, man. I'll be real with you.
I'll entertain it for the first hour or two. See what probs are gonna be like. Who knows? It's definitely gonna be boring once these storms over in Chicago start to go over Lake Michigan. As soon as that happens, I'm gonna be not having the best of fun. Wow. I'll tell you what, that is a actual boundary. Hmm. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I would definitely enjoy it if this whole entire storm system fell apart. That'd be great. I'm gonna try and see if I can also pull up some cameras in Chicago. Chicago sky cameras. That is facing the wrong way. These cameras are not live.
Sugar Grove.
Oh no. No, 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 no. We're not doing that. Nope. 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 Sky deck. Chicago live weather camera. Chicago traffic cameras. Wow, there actually are quite a few cameras. They can give us, you know, one without beating around the bush. That'd be amazing. What I think Dixie's going to be like this season, I think the beginning of the severe weather season, there's not really going to be too much for Dixie. I think it'll start to make a little bit of noise come April, and then in May it'll be pretty quick, or pretty quick and quiet. But that's my guesstimate. I don't think my guesstimate's going to be 100% correct, but I think it'd be kind of close.
Nice. Nice.
What's nice?
Oh, I thought you said you. Yeah, I thought you said you. Nice. I thought you said you think your guesstimate's going to be 100% correct. I was like, cool.
No,
really
I
great.
did not say that. I said I don't think my guesstimate's going to be 100% correct. That's what I said.
Lovely.
I'm wondering if there's any rotation in the line behind this near Elkhorn, Wisconsin's, right next to the radar. Imagine a pretty good view. No, once you're, if you're behind this line, storms are pretty elevated. It's just, it is unlikely for these storms over here from Roscoe, Illinois, all the way up towards the Milwaukee area for you to have a whole lot of rotation. You can have elevated rotation, but nothing that reaches the surface, I should say. That's mainly a hail and wind threat for y'all over there, so you don't have to worry. It's just this stuff that is extending from Lake County, Illinois, all the way down to Will County, Illinois. This is the stuff that you have to watch out for. Let's go over to the live view of Chicago, looking towards Lake Michigan. And it definitely looks like there isn't really a whole lot in the city. Not really a whole lot of cars moving around except for the interstate that's along the coast there. Other than that, I mean, it looks to me like not a whole lot of people are out. That's some good news there too. Do I think Tornado Alley could pop off this year? It's been eerily quiet for a long time now. Well, I mean, it was supposed to pop off in 2019, and then wildfires happened. I think it's definitely possible for traditional Tornado Alley to start to try and revitalize itself. We're going to be in more of a El Nino / neutral phase before we start to transition back to a La Nina again, because yes. But yeah, I think traditional Tornado Alley could make a name for itself. We'll have to see. I think if it does, it'll be in March and April. I think May is honestly starting to become a little overrated. But that's just me. I think your real cutoff is the beginning of May. Beginning of May usually is when stuff really starts to calm down. Hurricane season's gonna be crazy this year. I will agree with you on that. I will agree with you on that. We'll go back to meso analysis here. Yeah, it's low is either moving due east or it's moving east southeast. Moisture convergence starting to get there near Chicago. Deep moisture convergence. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of clustering. A lot of clustering with that southern mode. It's going to be interesting. I keep saying that's going to be interesting. If it's not annoying quite yet, then I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Finally, mixing layer cape starting to increase again along the border of Illinois and Indiana. South of the cluster of storms that are over near Chicago. We're talking about 2,000 ml cape, so that's going to be interesting. About a surface of 1 kilometer, storm out. That's not bad. Oh my gosh. Morgan, the 3 cape came back. The 3 cape came back.
That's awesome.
What is this? This is... Yeah, the 3 cape needs to consider the following.
We need to consider the following.
True. True. That storm near Orland Park definitely still needs to be watched, in my opinion. I'm gonna go get my bag of goldfish real quickly. It's in my bedroom, which is right across the hallway.
Goldfish.
Goldfish.
Le fiche au chocolat. Yeah, Chad, I'll be real with you. I'd try to be a little bit more enthusiastic about today, but I just kind of feel like oofed is how I feel. Oofed would be a good description.
You're definitely inspired by your sickness.
Yes, I'm sure.
Alright, I'm turning my fan off now. I'm closing my window just a little teeny bit. Hold up. That doesn't look amazing. I'm probably gonna have to clean the side of this window. Let alone just might wanna close the window for now. That's disgusting if that is what I think it is. We're gonna hope it's not, or else I might die.
Helpful.
Some form of what I think could be mold that I need to clean. I haven't been in this room in forever, and the outside part of my window, because we're on a second story, has a little bit of what I think could be mold. Blech. I have to clean that very soon. Yeah, you're right. There is a storm that's trying to pop off near Decatur, Illinois.
Hey, there's more storms firing Northwest Indiana. Why? Is my question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait a second. What? Wait a dang second. Okay, well, first of all, a storm fired near Springfield, Missouri on the front. So that's good.
That makes
Second
sense.
of all, oh,
Is this a late night
There's a
bloomer for the
storm
southern
here.
part? Yep.
there's a storm near Fort Wayne that has what? 30,000 foot echo tops and is barely precipitating.
No problem, RT. Ooh, that lightning. Ooh. Oh. Go back to that as I consider the following of what Morgan just said. Yeah, I mean, hailers. Yes, I'm snacking. I'm snacking. All right, severe thunderstorm warning is starting to diminish slowly but surely, but I'm pretty sure there's the supercell over here just to the east of the radar. That probably could be tornadic at some point. I'm like super positive. What was the worst tornado I've covered in 2023 besides Rolling Fork? Kyoto, Iowa. Kyoto might have been worse, in a sense. Because we had the actual footage. We had a chaser there streaming it to us while my voice was terrible. Sick. But, I mean, we saw twin tornadoes at the same time, including one massive EF4 tornado live on camera. Oh. Tell you what. Rolling Fork was really scary though. I will admit that. Yeah, there is some form of rotation over here near Homer Glen. Marley, east of Joliet. What's up, Joyous? How are you? Funny part about this chat, there's only one severe thunderstorm warning. Yep. Yep. Yep, there's the supercell right there near Orland Park. It's right there. I'm looking. Right here. This big storm right here. This is where I'm looking. Oh, that's so fun.
Holy wind.
I might need a cup of water. Some ice as well.
I need my throat to stop
Yeah.
dying.
So, funny part about that, over the past 2 days, my throat has been like so itchy and dry. I don't know what's happening.
Great. Now Tyler and I got you sick from here.
I felt it yesterday morning when I woke up. You have to realize too, though, Phoenix, that some of the areas that are over in Texas are pretty underdeveloped. What I mean by that is that they're not really up to standards in regards to construction. Damage may look terrible, but it may, may have had the little gust of wind can knock over anything. I might ask Matthew to actually go get me something. This would be the benefit of having a girlfriend. True facts. I could just have her get me water. We'll see where life takes me. We'll see if she can still tolerate me by that time. I'm gonna flatten. Alright, does anyone else... Alright, this is a little side thing. While we're waiting for this weather, the storm near Oak Lawn, Orland Park, stuff like that. While we wait for the storm to kind of do stuff, real question, and this is for like because as a streamer, I do this all the time since I need to make space in my garbage can. Does anyone ever compress their water bottles before they throw it in the garbage? The same thing they do with their like aluminum cans.
Yes.
You do it, Morgan?
You're not totally insane. And you're pretty insane, but you're not totally insane.
Good. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure. Because I know I can be. I know I can be. Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I'm gonna get Matthew to go downstairs and get me something. He's not making money.
This is true.
As far as I'm concerned, he's already considered the following enough. I'm gonna go knock on his door, ask him to get me something. I'll ask very nicely. Hopefully that'll work. Knock, knock. Stop. Can you do me a favor? Yeah. Go downstairs, get me some ice water. Sure. Thank you. That worked out a lot better than I thought it would. In the process, I've also found my speaker, which I'm now going to take with me whenever I go to work. That stuff is boring, sitting still. Yeah, man, these storms are just... There's only one storm that's actually interesting, and it's this Orland Hills storm. It's going into South Chicago. Otherwise, what in the world are they doing? Timmer decided to go to the southern mode. We'll be back live in a couple of hours. Man, my guys could be booking it then. Wonder if he's taking 57 down. Like Champaign. Mount Vernon. Stuff like that. Go back to this camera over here in Chicago, because some of these low-hanging clouds are actually really interesting to look at. Do I remember the derecho from South Dakota? Which one is the real question? Come in. Your water. Oh, thank you. Sorry about your caps.
Yeah, they don't know how to put the cat in the hat, and we don't know how to shoot the puck, and we can't do anything.
Sounds pretty solid to me. I have quite a few cameras, I believe, down there. So that one should be good. Actually, I'll show you guys the camera collection that I have for the southern mode. Yeah, look at some of these. Some of these are actually not too bad. So it's kind of hard to tell as to where stuff is, but this is the Kentucky border. Right here. This is Missouri. This is Tennessee. This is Indiana. Boom. And Arkansas is right here. Stuff like that. So we really only have a hole that's over here, like at Paducah and Mayfield. Stuff like that. But it makes sense as the reason why. Makes sense to me, at least. Why is KLOT not loading? That doesn't sound amazing to me. I'll try and see if KLOT wants to work now. And if it doesn't, then it doesn't. But it looks like it just updated to me. So that's good. That seems legit. August 10th, 2020 derecho? I do. I remember it because I was not home and I was so upset that I wasn't covering it live. That was not fun. I was in the middle of nowhere with no service. I did not like that. Taking my chain out. I like my chain. I play with this chain all the time. It's the chain I got for Christmas.
Mm.
My mom gave it to me because she knew I wanted one of these chains. And I was just like, oh. It's so heavy. But I like it a lot. All right, back to this. As for the Southern event, let's kind of go a little bit in depth with that based off of a mesoscale perspective. There isn't really a whole lot of Cape right now. There just isn't. Brendo with the 5, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. I'll get to your message here in a second.
Energy.
I mean, everyone kind of see this light blue fill right within this area. This is capping inversion. So anytime it's white like this here in the middle of these like red contours, that's when it's uncapped. But these blues here shows some form of capping inversion present, which means if storms were to try and form, they wouldn't be able to really sustain a whole lot. So it's still got a while. It's still got a while to go. It will likely take a couple hours before we finally get there. SPC updated their stuff, right? Looks like they did. New mesoscale discussion for Southern Michigan. Wind and hail primary risk. Severe thunderstorm watch will likely be issued for Michigan. Cool. Once again, sounds good to me. Late. Perfect. All right, got that done. Looking good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. But yeah, from a Cape perspective, doesn't really look great. I'm curious to see what the bulk shear from the surface to 3 kilometer is, and this is just basically the vertical wind shear. This helps kind of gauge as to basically how strong air parcels could rise. Or at least I believe so. I'll have to look back at it again in my course. But bulk shear, very helpful with vertical wind shear. Very helpful. And it's not the greatest in the northern mode. But in the southern mode, there's a lot of wind shear. There's definitely a lot of wind shear. We can go over to the storm relative helicity, specifically the surface storm relative helicity to 1 kilometer. There's a lot of vorticity here. A lot of storm relative vorticity. Wind shear is really strong in some of these areas. It's a gold mine right there. Yeah, some of the photographs look really good. You can see they loop. Make a loop-de-loop and pull. Your shoes are looking good. And yeah, it's just very good environment here from a kinematic perspective. The only problem is, can you develop any sort of initiation from some of those areas? There is some convergence here at the surface in some of these little small areas. Can they sustain? We'll see. I'm actually going to go to the Evansville, Indiana radar and see. There's a storm that formed. There's a couple of storms that have been forming, but it's just like it hasn't been able to sustain. Why? Well, we go back to that capping inversion. It's just capped to all goodness right there. And it's going to be dealing with that pretty much the entire night. So it'll be really interesting to see. I'm also very interested to see that whenever they issue the tornado watch, what will be the probs for that southern risk? Be very interested. I'm going to cherry pick here because I can. Oh yeah, the more I look at this event for tonight, the more I want to consider.
Yeah, I may bail in a little bit because I have homework due at midnight. So,
What
yeah.
the heck happened here? Oh, I have no idea what this environment is. But yeah, I mean, you can definitely go do that.
You're wait a little bit longer.
I don't know why that's PDS Tor as a possible hazard type. I'm gonna be honest with you.
What's sounding?
I'll send it to you.
Do show.
I don't know why that's a PDS Tor. I don't know why. I mean, I get storm relative helicity.
Nice veer back veer you got going on over there.
Yeah. I mean, I know there's like almost 300 storm relative felicity. But like, come on. Come on. I'm not sure that's PDS Tour qualifications. Watch for the tornado prob should be 70-40. Wasn't this northern risk 60-40?
Yes.
I don't think they're going to go higher than 60-40. 60-30 is possible. 50-30 is possible. 50-30 might actually be more realistic.
But it's a 10 sig, Nate.
Well, I've seen 50-30s in a 10 sig before. Sue me. Sue me. Taking a nap, check later. Feel free, feel free. I definitely would take a nap if I were you. I'd take a nap if I could right now. But we'll see. Yawn. Got it. Absolutely correct, Brendo. You're in Harrisburg, Illinois. Some debate on how bad it will get over here. Some saying the models take it north of Mount Vernon. What do I think? That is a good question. First off, I gotta try and figure out specifically as to where Harrisburg, Illinois is. Harrisburg, Illinois. There we go. Finally pulled it up. Harrisburg, I think, can definitely be impacted tonight. I think that would actually be the one area that would have the highest risk of something tornadic. This area of southern Illinois seems, keyword seems, to be the one to watch. Especially since that would be where the area of the lesser amounts of capping inversion would be located. As you can see here on this graphic, you can see a lot of these blues and grays start to kind of dip down into southern portions of Illinois. And that could create a little bit of leeway for some of these storms to be able to break through the cap, which is something I think could very well happen. Mixed layer cape. There is about 2,000 joules per kilogram of it down in southern Illinois. So yeah, that one sounds pretty good. That one sounds pretty good to me. Squishy, what's up? Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
Okay, Nate, I gotta tell you what.
You taking a
Give me
nap
a
too?
phone call or shoot me a text. No. If you need anything, I'm gonna go be responsible and do my homework.
Yeah, you should.
And still subsequently wheeze throughout the rest of the night.
General Grievous.
Yeah, correct. So, yeah, let me know if you need anything, but I'm gonna hop off for now.
All right, sounds good, boss.
Bye.
Take luck.
And bye, chat.
So we'll do that. Yeah, that was Morgan helping me out for about 3 hours. We'll see if we're gonna need him again later on tonight, because who knows what the second event's gonna do. But for right now, the first event is starting to move over Lake Michigan. A lot of hail. As I said, I'm really interested to see what the tornado watch for the southern event is going to be. And if it's not to my liking, I may not stay up. Gonna be honest. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, my thing about it is here. Severe ends in 15 minutes. That'll be 3Z. Okay. So over the next hour and a half to 2 hours will likely be when stuff is going to start to fire off in southern Illinois. Maybe even a little bit earlier than that. Actually, it might just be an hour from now. Hold up. That's a good question. That's a really good question because I have a general idea as to whether or not it could happen or not. But what about the timing according to the model? 4Z, 5Z. Sometime around then. Technically 3Z, even still. Ha! New severe? Where is said severe? Oh. Yeah. That's a big severe thunderstorm watch. Will Northeast Ohio see anything major? It's not really expected until tomorrow, if anything. And even then, it's not even going to be major. It's just going to be something. Where are the storms going to be later on tonight? Good question. Here. See this? See this? This is the second risk for tonight. Southern Illinois. Southeastern Missouri. Ohio River from Cincinnati down to Paducah. Southern Indiana. Southwestern Ohio. Northern Kentucky. That general area right there is where we can likely see severe weather tonight. Now, me personally, I think it could be more located here in southern Illinois into southwestern Indiana. But that's just me. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to cherry pick real quick. 'Cause I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? Don't do that. Don't do that. Sounds good, Highlander. Get some rest. Get some rest. What's the tornado risk for the second event? Good question. It's approximately the same as the one for the northern event. But my guess, when it comes to the actual probabilities, when they issue the tornado watch, which before I might as well give my guess, I might as well explain how it works. The National Weather Service issues probabilities for 2 or more tornadoes being possible in the actual tornado watch, and the probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes, which is EF2 or stronger, within the tornado watch. So the northern event and its giant red box here with that giant tornado watch, that ended up being a 60% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 40% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes. All right. So I'm pretty sure that that event had a better chance of producing a tornado than the southern one. But if you had to ask me where one area could potentially be where it's very similar, if not stronger, it would be that area in southern Illinois into southwestern Indiana. That's what I got. But yeah, 10% chance with a 10% significant tornado risk. And I think the probs could probably be 50-30. 50% chance of 2 or more tornadoes. 30% chance of 1 more strong ones. Let's check back on these storms that are over here. This storm is in southern Chicago near Harvey, Dalton, Midlothian. There doesn't look to be a whole lot of rotation, which is kind of pretty interesting to me. A lot of spotter reports of hail across the board, by the way. Yeah, a lot of reports of hail. Couple funnel clouds, couple wall clouds. Tornado watch just got issued. Let's give our live reaction, shall we? Live reaction. See, there's the severe thunderstorm watch. I don't know where the tornado watch should be there. I don't think it's updated quite yet. At least on a public platform. NWS tornado. Yeah, it hasn't been updated quite yet. Oh, it is gone. I got jebaited. I got jebaited, people. Check out Southern Lake Michigan. Do you expect anything to happen when those storms are meeting up? So, these storms here in Southern Lake Michigan, they're just kind of... they're kind of around. The environment over the lake is really stable. It is not unstable at all, which means you don't really have a whole lot going. You have a lot of elevated storms. So the base of the storm is well above the surface. That's what they mean by elevated. So if anything, it's more of hail producers and all that stuff. That's what I'm thinking. Once it gets back over land, might have the potential, but otherwise, nah. I don't see too much besides wind and hail. Turbulent stuff. Turbulent beings. Stuff like that. No, I am not a Red Sox fan. That is just a Red Sox cup that we've had for ages. Because we went to Boston and we went to a Red Sox game. And who did the Red Sox play? My Baltimore Orioles. We lost. It's like the early 2010s too. It was when I was up in I was playing hockey. I had a tournament up in Boston. I played a tournament up there. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. But I always get like souvenir cups of places that I have never been to. It's a souvenir. Especially if I'm drinking those cups. Yawn. If I made anyone yawn because of me, I'm sorry. I apologize. I have to apologize. How about the Ravens? I don't want to talk about it. I went to both the playoff games. First playoff game, I was definitely upset for the first half. Then they made the adjustment. I was like, okay, that's pretty good. The second game was terrible in general. Like, how are you not going to run the ball? How are you not going to do that? So, I don't care about that anymore because the Baltimore Orioles saved Baltimore sports for me. Because we got Corbin Burns. I'm okay with that. Morgan and I went to a Orioles-Yankees game last year. It's pretty cool. Orioles won that game too. Browns does this for Baltimore. I'm not allowed to like the Orioles. I get that. I get that. That's a severe thunderstorm warning in Michigan now. For these storms that are over here near New Buffalo. This is part of Berrien County. Berrien County and Cass County here in Michigan. Interesting. Second half, the final sounding. Ooh. That's not bad at all. Man, those wildfires in Texas are just brutal. Brutal. Like, oh my goodness. Alright, that's pretty cool too. I'm not gonna lie. Seems legit, Brendan. Yawn. Once again, I apologize if I made someone yawn based off of me yawning. This is around the time in which I start yawning a lot. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, but I'm sorry. Well, they just issued a mesoscale discussion saying that. Well, I don't think they just issued it. Hold up. When did they issue it? 7:46 p.m. So an hour ago. Saying 95% watch issuance. Tornado watch will likely be needed in the next 1 to 2 hours. What am I thinking of the southern Ohio tonight? If you're in southwestern Ohio, I think you guys can see a lot more hail and potentially even damaging winds. Small chance for tornado. And then tomorrow, it'll be the same thing if you're in southern and southeastern Ohio. Lower risk. Definitely not as intense as what northern Illinois and potentially even southern Illinois tonight could even see. Listen, in my mind, 95% is 95%. All right. I have never seen the Storm Prediction Center not issue a watch and it be you know, you get what I mean. The mesoscale discussion issued a 95% chance of a watch issuance. And I've never seen them not actually issue a watch after it. I would like to think they do, but who knows? Lyons and Edwards were on the call for that one too. Late May in New Mexico last year had a 95% and none was issued. That's kind of funny. Is it just a coincidence that the current shape of the storm resembles the risk areas? Yeah, I see that. That's what I gotta say. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I guess I wasn't paying attention to late May in New Mexico last May. Which honestly sounds about right. Oh, look at that. Tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Cook County in northeastern Illinois, northwestern Lake County in northwestern Indiana.
All right, chat. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what this thing is doing. I don't know why they issued this one. Because I'm gonna be honest. It looks like trash. This... Where is the rotation? Where? I see the supercell. I see it trying to spin on the side. But like, this thing is weak as all get out. I don't understand. Looking at 1,400 feet, this thing should be stronger than that. But a new tornado warning. Yeah, this is consider the following moment, if I do say so myself. That's what I gotta say. But tornado warning here. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over South Holland, Illinois, or over Lansing, Illinois, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This will move into the northern portions of Lake County in Indiana, as well as southeastern Cook County in Illinois. So, if you live in those areas, need to watch out, especially since this is a warning that will last for another 24 minutes. Another 24 minutes. Freedom, what's up? Welcome to the stream, or welcome back. Nice to see you again. What's going on in Zanesville, Ohio tonight? Not much. Sorry if I made someone yawn. Sorry, not sorry. I'm sure someone knows exactly who I'm talking to as well. Can someone tell me what is happening to me? You're my oxygen that I can finally breathe. Didn't give anyone until it was you. Ain't it crazy what love can do? Crazy what love can do. So nice to see you again, but not under these circumstances. I agree with that. I agree with that. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Zanesville expecting any bad winds or hail? Haven't heard nothing from here. Zanesville, I really do believe that Zanesville is going to be fine until tomorrow. I really do believe that they're going to be fine until tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow morning if anything starts to really fire off. Otherwise, no. It'll be fine. Yeah, that's nice. It says pending for my time off thing, and definitely says hasn't been upheld yet. I definitely might call sick tomorrow. Definitely might. Give me an opportunity to rest and do some other shenanigans. Metro Detroit area, what's the time of the night that you need to be aware of in case something flares up? There's not really going to be much that's going to happen in Detroit anyways, but I'll still let you know. Any major severe weather stuff will be 1 in the morning, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, something like that. Something like that. But it's not going to be even major at all. It'll be a lot of large hail. I mean, not too large, but large hail and some gusty winds, stuff like that. Aw. Ah. Oh gosh, stop yawning. Happy for you. Sorry that it happened if you yawned. Yes, I'm making everyone tired. I'm sorry. I apologize. I have to apologize. I messed up the results. When are they going to issue this tornado watch? If they're going to issue this tornado watch. This won't make sense if they don't issue the tornado watch because they kept the 10 sig up until this point. Make that make sense. Someone needs a Red Bull? Maybe. That or some coffee. I think I just am gonna yawn to yawn. Like I just I always yawn. I always do. Is it because I'm tired? No. Well, I mean I'm tired now, but is that gonna try and produce a tornado right near East Chicago, right before it goes out in the water? If it does, I'm not gonna be very happy. Not gonna lie. The wind is blowing hard in Harrisburg. Yep, it's a lot of strong wind shear down there in general. I'm gonna start breathing. I'm gonna try and see if I can get these yawns out. Is it weird that I can feel the pressure in my lungs of me wanting to sleep? I can actually feel it or hear it. I don't know what it is, but nothing has happened in the southern 10% quite yet. It's supposed to be overnight style risk. Supposed to be. But this storm here near East Chicago is very interesting. Like I'm really interested to see if this thing produces a tornado before it goes out to Lake Michigan. And then once it gets to Lake Michigan, then it's just going to be elevated. So we'll see. I didn't technically yawn, I just opened my mouth. I swallowed my yawn. God, cute. Anyways, yes, I'm considering right now. There's not really much. It's what? That's a yawn. Did they just update that? Oh, no, they just got rid of a bunch of the reports. A lot of golf ball size hail. There's actually a 2-inch size hail that was reported. Huh. Photo shared via social media. Shows hail up to hen egg size. Wow. It's a lot of damage. Especially if people left their cars out. And it looks like the rotation kind of died off a little bit, so that's good. That's good. Whenever it wants to be a water spout, it's too elevated to be a water spout. It's not going to do much. Once again, the waters of Lake Michigan are pretty cool. So, it'll kind of deter it. It'll deter it, if anything. Yeah, I don't know how they'd be able to measure like how a hen egg is specifically like 2 inches. 'Cause don't eggs kind of come in all shapes and sizes? You know what I mean? Like it's all over the place to begin with. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. This storm finally is on Lake Michigan, which means everyone else should be fine. Okay, now you're just being. Holy crap. It's like several days in a row. Ugh. So what, 2 days in a row? I think it is. 2. Today is Tuesday. It's a full 24 hours. Show, what's up? How are you? I've been working at Whitetail Ski Resort. Been trying to make money over there. I also have a side job as a ice hockey coach. So I've been trying to just make money there. Winter weather is not really my thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would have covered it more if there was a bunch of ice storms, but there really wasn't. There's not really a whole lot of stuff that occurred this winter in general, from like a winter storm perspective. So it's at the end of the stream. I'm just trying to figure out what's happening in the Southern Risk. As soon as I know what the tornado watch is, if there is a tornado watch, then we'll decide if the stream is going to end or not. But I mean, I still think that something could happen down there. Strong rotation about to come on shore in Michigan. Might do something briefly. Well, I mean, maybe, but once again, there's a lot of stable air at the surface in Lake Michigan, which means that storm is technically elevated. So how long that storm stays elevated as it moves ashore, who knows? I'm assuming that the air from Lake Michigan will at least advect on shore for a good bit before it actually does something. That's my guess. I'm going to move the radar from Quad Cities over. Yeah, I see that rotation, what you're talking about. I definitely think it's a bit elevated, though. I definitely think it's elevated. Elevator music. Yeah, 62 on top of 57 near St. Joseph. That sounds elevated to me. Got 57. Yeah. .309 Kelvin. Theta E. Woof. 84% relative humidity. So yeah, it's a bit a little elevated. Just a little. I'm still trying to figure out. I'm gonna keep saying this over and over again. I'm still trying to figure out what that southern risk is. Yeah, my plan, Shell, is to make YouTube part-time as well as some form of job in the morning. Because I'm trying to save up as much money as I possibly can to move to Oklahoma. Because I want to continue my college studies down over there. That would be amazing. I'd have friends down there that, well, and contacts that help me live life. Be pretty happy down there. I mean, who knows what life has in store for me here in the near future. I don't know. I'm just kind of taking it one step at a time and not really complaining about what all I have right now. I'm pretty thankful for what I have right now. I'm very thankful, actually. Just moved to Oklahoma ASAP. Lots of construction jobs to be had. Construction. I mean, I can do physical labor, but construction, you don't get the flexibility of hours by doing construction. That's not very beneficial to a YouTube channel like my own, who needs to be flexible in order to be able to kind of make videos and live stream whatever. So I'm definitely not going to get into the construction business in regards to jobs in the near future. If I do want to save up money to try and be able to do college, pay for my, pay for my apartment, random stuff like that. I'm going to want to be able to balance it. Especially if I want to be sane at the end of the day. YouTube keeps me sane. Well, it kind of does. I'm going to have to admit, the grind for YouTube is a bit of a struggle sometimes, but at the same time. I feel like different aspects of YouTube for me can be really enjoyable. It's always the long stretch towards the end is what makes things a bit difficult. And I think YouTube in general for me, trying to be constant with my content, persistent, I just kind of get burnt out too. I get burnt out easily in general. So. Yeah. Do I still have a 3D? Would be great to see over Lake Michigan, wherever they are high. Well, I mean, elevated supercells, it doesn't exactly work like that with a 3D. You'd be able to see like the storm just floating above. Because what radar and reflectivity does is it shows you how strong or how heavy the noise is within a certain spot. And that includes rain, and if rain is falling down from the sky, then it's going to pick up that rain pretty much anywhere. So it wouldn't be able to show the actual elevation there. You'd have to get some form of picture of the clouds to see how high they actually are above the water, contrast to how high they would be above the land. Why not buy a used camper, find a park and stay? Save you a lot of money instead of paying for an apartment. The problem is that if I want to continue this YouTube type thing, and I want to continue to do this college type thing, and I want to continue to build a company, I need a sturdy building, especially if I'm going to be in Oklahoma. Because Oklahoma has a lot of tornadoes and stuff like that. And let's just say I'm going to need a good solid ground below my feet. That's how I kind of feel about it. But yeah, I'm going to need good internet. Better than the internet I have here in my house. All right, that's the new tornado watch. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. New tornado watch. Let's guess in the chat. What are the probs? People know the probs game. Let's do it. All right. Hopefully everyone gets their prob thing out and about. Everyone done? Good. It is time to check. Few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. 60-40. About the same as what it was up north. $60-40 it is. Thunderstorms expected to develop, expand in coverage next couple of hours, then rapidly east and northeast would generally up the Ohio Valley region overnight. Few supercells are possible with all severe hazards. Tornadoes, hail, gusts, and some small Boeing clusters. I'm not having fun. I'm not having fun. When does this tornado watch end? When does it end? 6 a.m. Eastern. I'm dead. No, I'm not staying up all the way to 6 a.m. Eastern. I'm not staying up until 6 a.m. Eastern. No offense to the people that might be in the eastern portion of the tornado watch. All right, no offense to all y'all who are over here in Cincinnati, in Lexington, in Dayton. I'm not staying up until 6 in the morning. No. The only way that you'll be able to see me at 6 a.m. in the morning is if I fall asleep in this chair and I leave the stream on. I'm not doing that. No, thank you. A full 12-hour stream. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. Funny enough, my sleep schedule up until this point was me waking up at 6 in the morning, me going to sleep at 9 at night. It is an hour and a half after I'm supposed to go to sleep. And obviously, I'm really tired. So I'm hoping that I don't pass out live on stream. That'll be pretty funny. I've only done it once. And it was only for like a couple of minutes before my mom came in, saw how hard I was working, told me to go to sleep, forced me to end it. I was like, oh, fine. I was pretty upset that I couldn't stay awake that day too. It just so happened to be the night of Easter, heading into the morning of the day after. One time I covered Europe, Canada, and Gaylord, Michigan. That tornado at the end of the stream. That stream, I enjoyed that stream. I enjoyed covering Germany. Yep, it was the Easter outbreak that I passed out because I was up for over 35 hours, something like that. Tanner, what's up? Nice to see you. Long time no see. Yeah, it was crazy. Everyone say goodnight to Becca. She's a one of the head honcho moderators here. Is obviously really nice. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't have a script that I read that says say goodnight to specific people. Genuinely, if you want to say goodnight to Becca, say goodnight to Becca. I'm going to be saying goodnight to Becca. Good to see that you were out here, Squishy. I appreciate you. You gonna take a nap? I wish I could take a nap. I wish. Wait, can someone explain to me why the tornado watch excludes a little bit of the 10 sig? She's wonderful. Because it's Missouri and Missouri always gets busts. They should just call it misery. Why does the yellow watch area look a little jagged? Because it kind of is. Ish. Got the severe thunderstorm. You know, I need to change the color for severe thunderstorm watch and severe thunderstorm warning to be something similar to what KFOR does. Like, I think tornado watches for them is like green. Severe thunderstorm watches is like blue. I can't remember. That would be pretty cool to have. Shall we fix that? Let's do 4 and 4. 8 and 8. Oh yeah. 8 and 8. Yeah, that looks so much better. There we go. So now we have the watches that are in the bold. We have the warnings that are not as bold. That looks a little bit better. Some people may not be able to tell, but good enough in my book. But yeah, the reason why the yellow watch is a little jagged is because it follows along the county lines that Storm Prediction Center has added into the watch. Purple tornado warnings and red severe. Listen, all I gotta say is that's so stupid in my honest opinion, because in the history of media, tornado warnings have always been red, and severe thunderstorm warnings have always been yellow. Hell, you take a look at what the National Weather Service uses, and that's what it is. Like, doesn't make sense to me at all. But as long as he has like some sort of like legend, I guess. I don't know. That could fix it. That's the reason why I have my legend at the top of the screen right there. You can see flash flood warning and stuff like that. It's there for a reason. You know? Just regular tornado, tornado confirm, PDS tornado, Tor emergency. All those colors are there to kind of have, you know, transparency with my audience. It's good to have a legend. When am I ending the stream? I don't know. Surprised Ryan isn't covering this. I thought he was streaming. Is he still streaming? Oh, he's still streaming. He's still there. Why does he have my area of the U.S. in his top left? That's so weird. For his radar omega. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's a tornado warning. Took a little
Tornado
bit.
warning for East Central Berrien County in southwestern Michigan.
There you go. Tornado warning in Berrien County in Michigan. And yeah, it makes sense to me. It took about 5 to 10 minutes before it started to try and become a little bit more surface based. So that makes sense. And because that's what we said earlier, chat. We were like, all right, we're kind of waiting for this storm to become a little bit more surface based before it can do stuff. And as it was over Lake Michigan, it wasn't surface based at all. So yeah, there's the new tornado warning. Just pop my neck. My neck is stiff. So if you're near Waterville, or Sister Lakes here in Michigan, areas to the east of St. Joseph and Fairplain, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Why does that look like a whirlpool? Some of the random things that I call out here on stream. Is that a storm that just fired off there to the southwest of St. Louis? Is that what we're waiting for? Is that the storm that we're waiting for? All right, I'm going to be honest. I really love GR Earth. Like, Radar Omega is cool and all, but like, it's cool because it's one of the best radar applications out there. You ask me for computers? Give me my Gibson Ridge. I see people getting sponsored by Radar Omega. Gibson Ridge, sponsor me, please. I'll get people to buy that quicker than you know what. I'm a sucker for Gibson Ridge products. I'm a sucker. James T saw a tornado on that Indiana warning from a bit ago. I mean, that would kind of make sense in a way. Interesting. I'm going to go back to the tornado warning here in a second. I want to look at the new HRRR, see what its thoughts are for this event now. 5Z. Is it just me, or is this storm on the these storms on the struggle bus? The mesoscale discussion is gone. What about the RFSA? So at 5Z, Our FSA, to be fair, hates the southern mode as well. But I mean, I really think that southern Illinois into southwestern Indiana probably has the best opportunity of seeing something. Once again, the inversion really starts to wear off. Talking about 2,000 joules per kilogram, mixed layer cape. Mixed layer cape's the best cape. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would look for. What's up, Isabel? Nice to see you. We're going to go back to the tornado warning here. And show you the rotation again, which isn't really doing too much. It's trying. It's definitely trying. It's not doing... I think it's a pretty rinky-dink rotation. If it does produce something, at least in the near term here, it's not going to be anything super significant. I think it's still trying to struggle with some of that stable air that it went through over Lake Michigan and stuff. Because once again, Lake Michigan has a bunch of stable air right now. Let's see if that could actually show on... Yeah, look at how much stable air there is in the southern portions of Lake Michigan. That's disgusting. Look at how much stable air there is in general. Like, that's disgusting. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. Let's take a look at moisture convergence. Please give me something moisture convergence. Well, it's trying to develop something along the dry line here. Mixing ratio is not exactly the greatest, though. My take on the southern mode. See a small tornado threat. If anything contain, or anything can sustain the potential for a sick tornado too. Yeah, I mean, I really do believe that the main threat is going to be localized within southern Illinois and southwestern Indiana. I really do believe that. I just don't see how it can be any further than that, like any more than that. I don't. I also think that'll likely show its head within the next hour, especially some of these storms coming from St. Louis, which means I'll probably have to get myself something to eat here in a bit. Eating can help me with my blood flow and stuff like that. Maybe walking around too, that would be helpful, wouldn't it? But no, I really think southern Illinois, southwestern Indiana, with these clusters that are in between St. Louis and Effingham, like if we take I-70 all the way up from St. Louis to Indianapolis, in between I-70 and the Ohio River, that's where I'm watching. Saw something from Gary. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty dope. It's a heck of a funnel from James T. That's funny. Almost 10 million people in the new tornado watch. Woof. More weathergami stuff. But yeah, that's my general idea. Yeah, even the National Weather Service said it was a funnel. Multiple pictures of a funnel cloud, at least 3/4 of the way down to the ground. Not on the ground. Or at least it is unclear if the funnel touched the ground. Boom. Which that honestly makes sense to me. My goodness. That's pretty funny. I'm gonna go to satellite imagery actually. See if I can find anything more convincing. Actually, I'm gonna want to use the 24. Yeah, it doesn't look like any of the storms have broke through the cap at all quite yet. It's just it's struggling. Struggling to say the least. I wonder if that could mean it could be elevated by the time it moves through that southern risk. I wonder. Yawn. All right. I'm going to propose an idea to y'all, chat. I'm going to propose an idea. So, if I'm going to stay up tonight, at least for a little bit longer. I don't know how much longer. You know, I could come back and, you know, do my thing and then immediately fall asleep afterwards. But if I want to attempt to stay up, and also some way to kill time. Never mind, I'm not killing time anymore. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Van Buren County in southwestern Michigan.
Really? For the same storm near Sister Lake? Oh, there's a new rotation. That's the reason why. Return of the Mac. Toast, what's up? Maple, what's up? Yeah, I mean, to me, this storm looks a little elevated, but just in case, gotta issue that tornado warning. I was just gonna say, if I'm gonna stay up to try and see what the southern risk does, I'm probably gonna want to, like, take a little bit of a break. Because I've been going at this for about 4 hours and almost 18 minutes now. So if I get food, if I get water, I'm able to get ready for whatever could be the start of the next event. And depending upon what it does, you know. Oh, that's right. I forgot. I have to do this. Okay, cool. I just finished that. Yep, I just finished that. Cool. It's turning to the right. It's been moving kind of east-northeast. So it'll be heading towards the Sister Lakes, the Decatur area. Eventually areas towards Paw Paw and maybe even Kalamazoo. Maybe. But we'll see. Looks like that storm also has a bit of side lobe with it too. But that's just based off of my initial reaction. 4,300. What if we look at this from Grand Rapids radar? That's 5,000. Yeah, we're going back to the other radar. What? Alright, the tornado watch that's over Chicago is expired. So that's gone. Dunsky. No longer a major threat. A lot of Michigan fans just got home from Dallas for the college baseball tournament at Globe Life. I mean, Michigan is over in Ann Arbor, which is on the southeast side of Michigan, so they wouldn't be dealing with this for another, I don't know, couple hours. Hopefully for right now they're all right, but I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully it's not too bad. Yeah, these storms are struggling. Part of me right now even just wants to say, hey, you know, I just want to go to bed now. But I'm like really scared of something actually happening and me missing it. I just got this feeling. I've got this feeling that some of these storms coming out of St. Louis aren't exactly going to be the storms that we were supposed to look at. Any information on Noblesville, Indiana? I heard there wasn't supposed to be anything in central Indiana until tonight. Well, central Indiana is supposed to get their stuff sometime around midnight to after midnight. So that's what I know of, and that'll continue all the way into the early morning hours tomorrow, like up until 4 in the morning. Sup, Lacey? Hello, hello. Nice to see you again. Yeah, I know, Isabel. It's kind of weird seeing all that. Paw paw. I appreciate that, Brendan. I really do appreciate that. It does help. It does help. I try not to self-promote and stuff like that. Obviously I know I need to self-promote more often in order to try and get more subscribers and likes and stuff, like the whole usual YouTube thing, but I mean, I don't really like doing that. Yep, no problem, Zacaldex. No problem, no problem. And assuming that I'll still be awake by then, I'll be on live to try and figure out what's going on if storms do actually form. Keyword if. Keyword if. Right now we're kind of stuck in between the they could form and then the other half is they couldn't. So Night toast. Night night. We're in the local group here for our largest town, Salem County. Got a platform, might as well share it. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, our for the people who were here since the beginning of the stream, our channel. I want to make this perfectly clear, so that way everyone can kind of understand the general idea of this channel. I create content to try and inspire other people to find a love for meteorology similar to myself. It is a side priority while I do so to help try to save lives. So that's the reason why my content is a bit more of a commentary. Like if you were to take a sports commentary of like any single sport that you can think of. That's what I try to incorporate, or that's what I'm going to try and start incorporating into my content now. It's going to be really informative. It's going to be telling you what exactly is happening with each storm that I find interesting or could be significant. I'll make comments. I'll be right. I'll be wrong. But you know, this is more of like a commentary podcast type thing where I'm just basically trying to make things easier for you guys to understand when it comes to weather, because weather sounds pretty simple, but it actually is pretty complex. So I'm a translator. That's what I do. I try to translate what is happening out to people who may actually be interested in it. And then if they get even more interested in it, then they'll want to know for themselves how things work, and then it'll be smooth sailing from there. Starting to get more wind in Evansville. Yep, it's going to. Wind shear is starting to increase here across the Ohio River Valley. Basically from New Madrid and Cairo and Paducah all the way up to Cincinnati. That's where the next threat of severe weather is going to be. Coming here every time there's a big storm nearby. There's other stuff, learning what you need to do. You live in St. Louis, you have a family in Litchfield. Well, good for you for right now. St. Louis is not really expecting a whole lot, just some general scattered showers and thunderstorms. But I appreciate you trying to learn, educate yourself and stuff like that. As I said, that's kind of the purpose of my channel. I try to educate as many people as I possibly can. You know what? I'm going to take a piece of gum. See if I chew it to stay awake. Clouds are clearing now in Cincy. Oh boy. It'll be kind of fun. It means environment. Still a little capped over there. Still a little capped. Do I see, or do I think West Tennessee could see much of anything tonight? Not a whole lot, if anything. Not a whole lot, if anything. I think it'll be too far north of you. Yeah, maybe a little bit of stuff from Fenville. Definitely is a little bit of rotation, but not too much to be entertained by it. Yeah, I appreciate that, Unknown Error. I do. How severe do I think Central Indiana will get? Not too severe. If anything, it'll be a little bit more of a hail and wind threat. Tornadoes, I think, are... Although I think it is definitely possible, I don't think it'll be as significant as the other two aspects of severe weather in some of these areas. But if you're in west central Indiana, I do think you guys could get something that could knock on your door. And potentially even areas that are south of Indianapolis could see the same thing. Ooh, new HRRR running. Do I think the cap will erode after midnight in Cincinnati? I don't think it'll fully erode, but I think it will erode eventually. It just won't be, it won't fully erode. It'll just be a bunch of scattered storms from from 2 and or 3 o'clock in the morning all the way to sunrise. Family checks you out when there's bad weather in the Midwest. Provide important service. Much more on local or national weather channels. I appreciate that, Kelly. Thank you so much. I try to put a little bit of a spin to things and give people a better idea as to what storms could be doing. So I appreciate you guys enjoying that. Even though it sounds like I'm tired right now. Trust me, I am tired, but I am also very appreciative. So don't let my poker face and or my blah voice and my mannerism fool you. I would be so much more enthusiastic about those kind of words if it was 2 hours ago. I'd be jumping. Is there a way you can donate to the channel? Well, listen, for me, at least, all right, I always believe that there are better things to put your money towards, besides my channel. But if you wanted to support it, if you wanted to, and I'd probably just use the money to go straight back into the channel or help me with funds to try and save up for college, paying off my college and stuff like that. At the bottom of chat, if you're on a computer, or I think on the top of chat, if you're on a phone, but I think it's at the bottom as well. There's like this little money sign that you can tap somewhere. Tap that, insert an amount that you may want to donate. Send that way. Launching a special weather balloon at midnight? Are you serious? That's nice to see. Launching a weather balloon at midnight tonight? You're really gonna make me wait until midnight? Can't do that now? Oh boy. It's funny. Having just a little bit of cap favors discrete mode. Not always, but I mean, it can help. It can help. Not until you have evaporative cooling. Once you start to have evaporative cooling, then kind of takes away that discrete mode. Why do they do that at 12? Well, they're doing it at 12 to, I guess, sync it with models and stuff like that. That way, it's easier to... I don't know. That's my guess. They're syncing it with models to be able to make things easier to forecast. That's my guess, though. Thank you for being live. Always come to you when there's bad weather. Expecting help, anxiety more than the local stations. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you saying those kind words. I try to be as nonchalant as I possibly can, but then I also try to be passionate about it whenever it's needed, right? So the hype is only when there actually is content or there actually is weather and stuff like that. But at the same time, we also want to make sure that this is a good place for people to enjoy themselves when significant weather may be a thing. So, and there very well could be another one of these streams upcoming on Sunday. So it'll be interesting to kind of look out for. But yeah. What's up, Ninja? Nice to see you. Unknown with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. So here you go, sir. Thank you. I appreciate what you do for all those around me. I appreciate you for supporting the channel. It really does mean a lot. So thank you. Thank you so much. It really does mean a lot. What basis did the SBC use to issue a moderate for in Cincy? There isn't a moderate risk in Cincy. There's an enhanced risk. Only an enhanced risk. You won't be home Sunday? Depending upon where you're going, that could either suck or be really cool. Yeah, as I said, maybe Sunday. Maybe. We'll see. I'll have to see if I live past Cracker Barrel on Saturday. I'll tell you what. I'm excited to go to Cracker Barrel. I'm getting my French toast and chicken. I'm dumping both of them in maple... Well, not maple syrup, but just regular syrup. You haven't lived until you put syrup on, chicken. Ugh. I remember when Tim Hortons, I think, did it. If not, it was just a Canadian thing in general. I'm like, oh, this tastes so good. Then I had it at a Cracker Barrel with French toast. I'm like, oh, this tastes so good. I'm going to get it again. I'm going to get it again. Look at the weather in Texas, please. Oh, yeah, it's brutal down there. I'll show you the radar. I'll show you the fires that are still trucking on through, heading towards Amarillo. Air quality is so bad, by the way. Like, we were talking about it earlier and how air quality must be, like, terrible in Amarillo. There's got to be, like, several air quality alerts. There's just gotta be something there. But yeah, all these lines here, this is smoke. And the wildfires are right in this area right here. And it's starting to move further and further down to the south. And eventually it'll get close to Amarillo. I don't exactly like that. I'm going to be honest with you. So... yeah, North Texas is crazy. Seems like the moisture in cap prevents it. Well, I think it's reasonable for them to put it. They just... enhanced is always a good mid-ground play, in my opinion. That's what I believe. It could either do really well, or it could either do really poorly. Enhanced is a 3 out of 5. It's kind of right in the middle-ish. There won't be long track tornadoes. Yep, I agree with that. Dying for severe weather in Topeka. Well, hopefully the planes wake up. Hopefully. Wisconsin getting better, but still elevated. Yep, that is true. I'm alright, Ninja. I'm just tired. I'm really tired, actually. Was that really my first super chat? No, so that was the first super chat you've ever given on this channel to me. I've had super chats by other people too. But that was your first ever super chat. Your first ever donation to this channel. Which, as I said, I really do appreciate. Why is the smoke moving southwest? I thought it would move northeast. So winds don't always blow from the southwest. Sometimes winds blow from the north and push it southwest. That's exactly what's happening right now. Got a big cold front and or dry line that's moving on through, although it's a cold front. And just so happens that the winds are blowing in that direction. East of St. Louis, maybe initiation. Well, that storm's been there for a while. We've had that storm for quite some time, if it's the storm that I think you're talking about. I might be trying to initiate off of the boundary of the storm that's from Vandalia. Maybe. Nothing that I see on satellite imagery quite yet. How many tornado confirmed tornado warnings have been given? Over 5. Almost 10, I think. Almost 10. It is 11:23. Especially with low inbound to the north, assumption you make is winds move to lows. Sometimes. It really depends upon how far away from the low you are. Texas is pretty far away from northern Illinois. Night, you're out of danger. No longer a tornado, you're gonna head out. Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for sticking around, RT. Go to sleep, relax, and I'll hopefully see you again soon. Waffle House versus Denny's. Which would win in the best food war or fist fight war? I love Waffle House, I'm gonna be honest. I can't stand Denny's. My family's had Denny's so many times and I just have gotten so over it. Like, I just can't. Waffle House tastes so good too. I haven't had Waffle House in a while though. Man. Some Waffle House. Gonna head out at 10:30 and go to sleep and wake up at 12 or 1, see what's happening. I kind of want to try and do that. I want to see what's happening then. Like, honestly, I kind of want to, like, end the stream and then, like, monitor it from the sidelines. And then if something happens, I just go live stream again. Like, genuinely. That's kind of what I want to do. Garrett, what's up? Yo, yo. Possible couplet in the Warren cell. That thing has been rotating all sorts of different rotations in it, to be fair. There's a new one. It is recycling. Is it elevated, though? Where is the 61 on top of 55? That's not too elevated. All right. What is the environment of that aforementioned storm? Not bad. It definitely is a little elevated, though. It definitely looks like it. Strong wind shear. Yeah, it's just... Oh, yeah. It's just kind of zoning in and out. I think that's what I'm going to do, chat. I think I'm going to end the stream here in a couple of minutes. But I'm going to monitor weather. I'm going to see if anything does happen. If it does, then, I'll be back, hopefully. If it doesn't, go to sleep. But, yeah, that's what I'm thinking we should do. Look at Grand Rapids radar. I mean, they're both about equal distance from each other. Let's see, that's looking 4,000 from Fort Wayne. Stop spamming, you hooligan. My forecast for this tornado season. I'm mixed about it. Okay, it's about equal. Legit, it's about equal. Yeah, and then as soon as it popped up, the rotation started oofing itself again. Yeah, listen, no. This thing is considering heavily. It might try and do something, but not right now. This thing is a mess. Hot mess. Not as hot as someone that I know, but hot mess. Yeah, this forecast on this tornado season, I think it's going to be slightly below average to maybe average. But slightly below average sounds about right, in my opinion. Okay. Yeah, I think I am going to end it. As I said, if anything bad happens, I'll be back. I'll be back. I have no idea what's happening. Oh, cool. So yeah, I will see you guys hopefully soon. Like maybe not. Hopefully not later on tonight, because if it's later on tonight, then that means something bad's happening. But I'm talking about content wise, like posting a video. I'm thinking I'm gonna have something out by the end of this week, either by tomorrow, Thursday, or Friday. But I do have to work on my college for this week because I forgot to do so. Well, not that I forgot. It's just I didn't do it. My plan was to get started on some today, and I just didn't either. So, we're going to dedicate a day to do it at some point here in the near future, and whichever day is not that, then that's when I'm going to hopefully upload a video. Hopefully. We'll see, though. Thursday, I'm a little packed. Friday, I have no idea. I think I'm probably going to want to put something out by Friday, though. Hopefully this was a nice little stream. Get back into the swing of things. As I said, I'm going to be trying to get this more into the part-time type gig. I'm going to be balancing 2 jobs so that way I can save money. And then I'll be able to go out to Oklahoma. Live out there so that way I can be near my friends, contacts, and of course better weather, which means I can be able to see tornadoes for once. Yeah. And that sounds cool to me. Yeah. I mean, this rotation over here near Lawton just straight up died. So, that's kind of funny. If there was anything that could do stuff, it would be this cluster of storms that are starting to move across I-70. That would be my best guess. But, yeah, I'm going to sleep. So I will talk to y'all later, and hopefully y'all stay safe. Yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Peace out. Goodbye, everyone. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button and subscribe, because, that helps me out. Always be a sellout. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.